hello.
There's already a lot of fights. You have the perfect timing. You have serendipity. People just still fighting back. They're gonna move forward, and that's with a lot of the members here, and then they're not just gonna be giving.
Welcome to Farlight 84 Philippines Cup, and of course, we are your casters for today. I am Osiris, and we got Burger Kim here. It's the energy is rising up, so that's why the intro is. We're starting in low because we are currently going to the knockout stage, and it says a lot with the current teams that are having a hard time with their points from last week. Now we're pushing the boundaries further.
Yep. I also want to say that we're pushing boundaries even further here today because Osiris, don't tune out, okay? This is the English stream. This is Osiris in the English stream, and this is the crossover that you never expected to see this season.
Oh yeah, that's
right?
Okay. That's why I can't seem to feel my soul, because it feels like I got transported by a Doctor Strange portal and brought here.
In a multiverse.
Yeah. So the Osiris multiverse. And of course, multiverse continues as we are seeing different teams right now going head to head. We are, again, onto the knockout stage, and we got 4 of those. We got 60 teams, and being divided to 4 groups. And with those 15 teams, they need to rack up more points to stay at the top 30 teams. And then they're going to proceed at
the finals. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there gonna be another knockout stage?
No worry.
No. It's gonna be this, okay? And you did mention it. It is going to be a battle for the points as well. So this is it. Whatever you need to put out, guys, this is the time to do it right now. Because of course, if you're on the bottom of the list, right? That is not good because you're gonna have to wait for the next split, because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be more. But of course, you gotta give it your best for today, because this is the first week of the knockouts.
And once again, stay there, because we're going to explain even further as how the tournaments went in, and the format itself, even the prize pool that we are fighting for, and expect that we are going to experience more action. You know.
And to give you guys an idea of what the tournament will look like, well, for today, because it's different, right? It's the knockout stage. Let's take a look at our explainer for the knockout stage and, of course, the finals.
Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 1, or FPC 1, will start on August 28. This is an esports tournament focused on the Philippines region that consists of 3 stages. Here's how you can join the mobile tournament. First, you'll start from weekly qualifiers that spans for 4 weeks, from August 28th to September 24th. During this period, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, in the afternoon and evening, there are a total of 6 time slots for your team to participate in the tournament to earn points. After the final slot on Fridays, the top 60 teams in points qualify to participate in Saturday's matches. If you are excellent enough, you can stand out from other teams and attend the Sunday matches, and eventually become the top 60 ranked teams that go to the knockout stage. In knockout stage, 60 teams will be divided into 4 groups, and each group will have a single 3-round match. The top 30 teams then will advance to the season finals. This is where the real challenges begin. Season finals for mobile tournament will be held offline and broadcasted live. The top 30 finalist teams will be divided into 2 groups. The top 7 teams from each group will enter the upper bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will enter the lower bracket. The top 15 teams will then compete in a 5-round match on the grand final day to win the total prize of $25,000 and the very first crown of FPC Mobile Champions. So, what are you waiting for? Register your team and join the FPC Season 1 right now. Don't forget to follow our official account for more detailed competition rules. Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 1 or FPC 1 will start on August 28. This is an esports tournament focused on the Philippines region that consists of 3 stages, and here's how you can join the PC tournament. You'll start from weekly qualifiers that spans for 4 weeks from August 28th to September 24th. During this period, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays evening, there are a total of 3 time slots for your team to participate in the tournament to earn points. After the final slot on Fridays, the top 30 teams in points qualify to participate in Sunday's matches and eventually become the top 60 ranked teams that go to the knockout stage. In knockout stage, 60 teams will be divided into 2 groups, and each group will have a single 3-round match. The top 30 teams will advance to the season finals. This is where the real challenges begin. The 30 finalist teams will be divided into 2 groups. The top 7 teams from each group will enter the upper bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will enter the lower bracket. The top 15 teams will then compete in a 5-round match on the grand final day to win the total prize of $12,500 and become the very first FPC PC champions. So, what are you waiting for? Register your team and join the FPC Season 1 PC tournament right now. Don't forget to follow our official account for more detailed competition rules.
Now you see what are we fighting for, and you saw the tournament explainer. Definitely, we know what is up there. We know the division of the teams, the first day of LAN events, and the second day, the grand finals itself. And we are in for more action as the top 30 here will be divided in Group A, Group B on October 21st.
Yeah, so there is an upper and lower
Yeah.
bracket, right? So that's the thing too. Like, what sort of strategy will you put out, right? And I'm pretty sure the ones on top of the list are so far in the mobile division.
Yeah.
It's Execration. And honestly, I'm so happy to see them on top because for a while, right, we haven't seen some organization come in. But it's so nice that these organizations are coming into Farlight 84, and Execration is one of them. And we're talking about them a lot is because I haven't seen as much kills as Execration. 30 kills, right?
Yeah.
A few weeks ago. That's crazy.
Yeah, they are starting to get crazy. They had a really sloppy week 1 and week 2, but right now they are making up for their losses, and definitely that 30 kills shines a lot. But considering also that Ezar Nakage is definitely out there trailing them, but they are fighting for $37,500 for the prize pool.
Oh, if that was the prize pool, I'd totally have those 30 kills. I mean, I wish it was like that. But yeah, that is, wow, so much money for both the mobile and PC. And considering this is the first split that Farlight 84 has put out. So thank you once again. Shout out to Farlight Games for giving our players a platform here to showcase what they got. And yeah, going back to what we were talking about, execration, right? And SRN Nakage,
Yeah.
that seems to be, they always start out strong and then they seem to have a hard time catching up.
Yeah, they got the momentum, and then there's something that's going to happen in between them. I kind of put a back foot against SR Nakage, but Execration is the one who's always making sure that they can close out the game at the top one. So it means that they are really on a perfect form. Kind of really differs on how they play, and even we know that SR Nakage and Execration are friends.
Yeah.
And SR Nakage, they mentioned that definitely, no doubt, Execration is in a perfect fit right now.
Yeah, even a lot of teams actually, when you ask them, when I approached them as well,
Yeah.
a lot of them actually mentioned they were inspired by either Luki's streams or some other, like whenever they're watching FPC, right? So it's just so nice to see that the community is growing. And speaking of the community, right, there's a whole lot of teams here for us today in our knockout stage. So let's take a look at which teams have qualified here for Group A.
Yes, and right now you can definitely see. Oh, now we got those logos.
Yeah, that is much easier.
Easier to identify, easier to know who's going to rise at the top. And as what Burger Kim told us, Execration is ready for the action, but who's going to trail them back? Because SR Nakage will be playing on a different group, and we got Beta right there. Tyrant Effelmain, NRX, Blackfire, NU Complex, PV Esports, and V2DD, which is a bit of a new name.
Saving the best for last,
Yeah.
because honestly, if you put in SR Nakage or some other top teams here, wow, this should be a group of that. But speaking of, a lot of teams here that I want to see to step up, NRX, Blackfire, sometimes like it's either a hit or miss for them. And we also have, of course, the staples as well alongside Execration. Not as prominent as Execration, but they have performed well as well in the previous weeks. Beta and Tyrant.
Yeah, one of the consistent teams that we have also, considering that we have also C8 Nakage, which is from ACC, Sherry Esports. And then I believe we got also Obnoxious, Pacific Zone. There are new names that we might see taking the top one, but it feels like right now they are hot on their heels as Execration. They'll be playing here.
Oh, you know,
What a good start.
yeah, I love how you're putting this up. But yeah, I wanted to ask you though, like this is the same thing I asked either whoever I cast with, either Kali, Dash, Infinity. How do you take down Execration, right? This is Group A, and they are obviously the ones on top, the most dominant. How can you take someone down like Execration that seems to be standing on top every time, back to back? Plus, there was a strategy also that was done in PC. I think this was Now's esports, like where everyone just was willing to waste their resources to take down Now. So will that be the case here in A? Because there are some new names here.
Well, apart from a third-party perspective, that's a huge possibility as they really like to fight. They are roaming around the map, but we also got their interviews as they mentioned that they prefer to upgrade their armors first. And as what you mentioned, let's go with the backtrack to connect all the dots on how to defeat them, is now we're able to cut their resources. So it means that definitely shield XP devices will matter to them. Respect their drop points first, not unless that you are expecting a third party or another team who's going to challenge them, and then you jump into the mix. But what happened from week 3 is that in week 4 they got eliminated. I mean, their respawners has been used up early on.
Oh yeah,
but
that
still
too is a problem.
they were able to push themselves back up to the board. So I'm still on the 50-50 how I'm going to defeat them.
Right? I mean, Execration, this is a team we've been repeating time and time again because, well, I mean, honestly, such a stellar, immaculate performance in the previous week. So, I mean, we have to definitely hype them up, put them on top. And they're sitting on top here, but I really cannot count out the other teams here in this group because we've seen that, right? Some new teams stepping up. And I think that was the storyline for the past 2 weeks. Like, there were some new kids in the block, and we were like, who's this person? Like, it's like someone coming into your school, a new kid that just transferred. Like, who's this guy? He's actually pretty cool, right?
And new kids on the block, definitely. Beta, Tyrant, Effelmain. And for how many times they did already was able to get those wins in different groups. but this might be the true limit testing because they're going to face the top one team overall, the rankings, and might be playing onto the pace the same as how Nakage does. This is the raid boss.
Yeah, this is it, guys. This is it. And I think this is the time to rack up those points. And I think this is the time also that the teams will be aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, right? If
They
the
should
past
be.
few weeks you were saving your strategies or you weren't like putting out some certain compositions that you wanted to put out, I think this is the time that teams will bring out their secret weapon.
Oh, secret weapon. What it's gonna be, because apart from all of those changes from the patch, with the week 4,
Yeah.
you wanted to play on your comfortability. You wanted to play onto the safe side wherein what's being practiced. But here on the knockout stage, are we going to see a shake or a make or break type of gameplay?
Gameplay or composition.
Yeah, or
Because
composition.
okay, we've seen a lot of Lucindas and a lot of Maggies still.
Yeah.
But for the past 2 weeks, I'm not so sure if you noticed this, Osiris, but there was a couple of dock sides, and it actually worked pretty well for the team.
Yeah, a few dock sides. I believe that was Ben got
Yeah, Ben got
and
mode.
definitely they are working things up, and we are working our way at Sunset City as the knockout stage. Round 1 will start.
All right, looking at the drop points here, still gonna be Execration, the kings of the South. And I think by this time already, people are just going to be respecting that. But over on the top side, it is a different story. We're seeing, wow, 1, 2, 3 teams heading over to Sanctuary Tower at that. As well as over on the left side, Nova Planetarium is going to have 2 teams as well. We're seeing Virus going
Yeah.
all the way
This-
alone there.
This is different because he's really confident on taking Nova Annex, not having any vehicles. He's going to grab all of those resources for his own, and then we have Squad 7 sitting pretty. They are dividing 4 members dividing their resources onto the Nova Planetarium main, which is supposedly 2 can go Annex, 2 can go onto the main. So it's a bit different, but right now we're just seeing Crimson Esports just going for those fights, as well as what you mentioned, Sanctuary Tower.
Oh, this is a place we're in. It's supposed to be Sanctuary, and everybody's just racking up to get in all of those. Of course, there's a couple of shield devices
Yeah.
here. That's the reason why there's going to be a high contest in this area. Personally, I like this space. There's a lot of warehouses, a lot of complexes wherein you can get good guns. By the time you get out of here, there's at least a level 3 shield, and then you can actually go to the annex. So pretty much a safe spot, but not unless some other people drop there. Over on the other side, we have squad number 5 and number 4. There's only 2 members. Oh wait, hold on. The other was in a vehicle.
Oh, there's a flank. Blackfire against PvE Sports. This might be a good setup for them. They are rounding up the building. Tofu looking for Kurumi. Goes for a bit of a generator damage, but isn't going to generate the kill. But good push away for Kurumi to stay with the team. So no flanks against PvE Sports.
Yeah, this is still the thing though. 5 and 4, Blackfire as well as squad number 4, they're still gonna keep up at it, keep up the pressure, knowing that once you have this area solidified, you have your hold on this area, you can pretty much loot whatever you want, right? And all they need to do is chase the other one away.
Yeah, and they still have 14 seconds or 12 seconds before their skills being put into good use. So they kind of stayed, kind of stand up onto the rooftop, just trying to gain vision. But they pulled out. They're not going to overcommit, but it's really bad for PvE Sports knowing that they don't have enough resources and they kind of need to abandon the place.
And this is the thing too, when you're going up against another squad early on, you're not able to loot as much, right?
Yeah.
That's what they both wanted to do. And unfortunately, there weren't any casualties there. And speaking of looting, we see Virus getting the pick of the litter, coming out from Annex, and then now he's in the Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yeah, and the upgrade that happened from that is he's wearing blue armor, got his assault rifle, which is M4A1, and then a white dwarf, which is a pretty, let's say, comfortable SMG that you want to play with.
And
So,
they're super aggressive too
Yeah.
right now. I mean, Execration, this is something that you would expect them to just stay
Exactly.
in their fort, right? But you see Virus actually taking the initiative. I'm not so sure if this is a call from Execration or is it a call from Virus himself.
yeah, it's a good gamble wherein you have the respawner. So how can you maximize that? Gain information, get those juicy resources. It's a make or break. But right now, we're seeing the zone.
Ooh, closing in right there on the bottom left side of the map. Over on the other side here in the Sanctuary Tower, we see Ultimate being popped up.
AB, how he's going to win this. 2 EMP shocks, one after another. He got 2 members down. How he's going to manage this? He's the next one to die. As Azzy right now going for the cleanup. And this is going to be it. And
Someone's outside.
is trying to maneuver all around. But he is being backstabbed with that white dwarf. One member can be respawned down but not out.
Oh no, NBNM, we see Azzy making that fancy footwork, but yes, the respawners are up springboard to get out of there, and they're still gonna go at it, and this is the time to be aggressive, right? And we expected this, Osiris. All of the respawners dropping down here.
Yes, and they are not going to stop any moment as Monarchs. They are firing their guns, but ECME, Crimson Esports, they want more. They're going to overcommit. He got the blinding mark, and that marks the spot as Kazu will continuously and the whole squad of PBE Tyrant for the third party, making sure to snag those juicy kills.
Getting in those loots as well for Playbook Tyrant, and this is a zone that they've pretty much traversed for a long time, even in the previous weeks as well. Threading outside the zone is something that they have done. And there was also a map wherein I think there was 10-15 minutes that they were playing outside the zone, but it worked well. They got in those level 4 armors, and sometimes third party, all you need to do is jump in at the right time, and Playbook Tyrant did exactly that.
And it's interesting because the PBE, should be moving inside the zone. What they did was, it's the reverse.
They're moving inside.
Yeah, they inside. They don't give anything about that. They just make sure that they want those kills as a third party. 5 kills easily from that point. And still, we still got 10 teams more actions to be coming in. But Noxious against Blackfire at Iris Ranch.
They just came from Power 3, and considering that they've gone up against squad number 5, they weren't able to take as much resources as they expected. But over on the flip side, though, 7 still has to face another squad here.
And this is bad. You know that Blackfire is around the vicinity of Noxious going up against with more members as Pax wanted to run. That's only 1 member. Okay, just a safe play. Got surrounded. 1 man down for Pacific Zone.
What is with the players playing outside the zone? Well, we talk about aggressive, and this is as aggressive as you can get. And the danger about fighting inside the zone is anyone can take you out with the third party. Look at this.
Outside the zone it is. Burger Kim as another member will be expected to die into the hands of Pacific Zone. What is happening with Pacific? They are well distributed right now.
Oh, they're all across the map here, but that could be a strategy, right? Like maybe try to go in for the third-party play, or maybe, you know, it could go downhill for you as their squads are complete. We see Pacific Zone going up against 3. Over on the other side, we have NVMM, but Playbook Tyrant is over on the vicinity as well. They're still not leaving this zone, making sure that, you know, nobody comes back to get in those respawners. But then again, Pacific Zone, they're falling down one by one there.
Yeah, and the strugglers, they're just making sure the low resources members, they can just easily get those points. They are got 6 kills, but onto the other side, I believe that's as the last member is trying to snag them down, making sure that they is delivering the damage. But every member wanted to go inside, well distributed onto the map.
Yep, we see Execration. They might head up against squad number 10 and Playbook Tyrant. They're just willing to eliminate who's outside in this zone, knowing that they have a lot more resources here, a number of vehicles. And this is where aggression is just showing for all of our teams. They're willing to fight outside the zone. And there's not much damage too, right?
Yeah,
so
much damage for a first circle as they are overstaying and they are being punished onto the Battle of the Bridge. But Execration and Master, who's going to win? Sato starting the fight, and even Blue getting his own kill. We're seeing a lot of ultimates being burned, but Toby Delulu is too delusional to exceed and make sure to escape. But he's trying his best, but not anytime, as the top 1 team will still deliver the finish.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out, right? They're about to converge right in the middle, and we haven't seen so much of Execration. They've been quietly looting, and if you take a look at their armors, 3 of them already have at level 5. I'm actually surprised that Virus doesn't have like a level 5 yet, considering he went to
Yeah.
The Annex went back into the,
The first one to
mansion
wear the
and
blue armor.
yeah, right. I was expecting to get a lot, but you know what? The others were like, yeah, we're not gonna let Virus just take everything. We're gonna be getting in the cream of the crop as well. PVT1 still alive here. They might face squad number 3, Playbook Tyrant over on the other side as well. Carnivale, an area that is known to have a lot of ins and outs. And let's see, this might actually be a 5-man squad.
Oh,
Squad number 5 going at it.
RIP. Ins and outs it will be as another member will be taken out from PVT by PBET. He's proving that the PBE Tyrant is out there for blood. 7 kills.
Yep. Squad number 5 is closing in as well on Playbook Tyrant.
Ooh.
How will they go in this situation? They do have some vehicles, but they choose to just evade it, knowing that Playbook Tyrant has much better resources.
Yeah, one member down already.
They have to face this another squad too.
And yes, another one which is obnoxious. And he will be successfully taking down Kurumi. So 2 members down for PBT or PVT. I was thinking of PBE Tyrant.
Yeah, because it was a combo right there. Playbook
Esports.
Tyrant.
It's
Yeah.
PBE Esports, Kurumi being sat down by Obnoxious, and they're just making sure that they want to get those easy kills. We are seeing a lot of close numbers. 4 kills, 5 kills, and even 7 ones.
Yep, Execration, they are not being as aggressive as they usually are because they're trying to move into the center of the zone. So haven't seen them so much in the clashes. We see now that the Blackfire, Blackfire over at the mansion and Execration over here on the other side. I think everyone's
station.
trying to get into the Sunflower Shopping Mall. DBX ESP as well over on that side. So let's see how they will close that. But Execration and Blackfire, though, they have information on each other.
Yeah, they got the rooftop battles with those snipers as the water station is a low ground. That's wanted to seem to stay onto on that side. But you can see squad 2.
Yep, 1, 2, and 3. Wow, how
Oh, wow.
convenient at that. And these are our top
It
squads,
feels like
right?
we're just counting, but we might be counting
Not
bodies any moment as well. And the squad of X Beta, we are expecting them to be staying onto the top, but
He's not making. This is so scary, right? You got a tarantula.
The spider's web, but blue. They are being launched with more missiles coming in from the tarantula. But you can see Pacific Zone, Toshiro
He's the only one.
trying to stay silent.
He's pretending to be Execration.
Oh.
A similar color, right?
I thought he-
Squad color.
I thought he
similar.
was just pretending to be a metal to the bridge.
Could be.
Not gonna breathe. But Beta, we are expecting also for them to perform. It feels like they don't have the prior upgrades to
they
stay
don't.
at the momentum to fight other teams.
Yep, it seems like they're staying on top, knowing that they just have level 3 armors. The best that they can do is at least waste in the shield restore devices of the other squads before they come in, knowing that the others have either level 5 or maybe even level 4 and they're just at level 3. How can you go up against these squads that have much better armor? I think that is the most important thing. And as you can see, Beta Esports actually over on top. Look at Ashura with the damage from that. Is that Jupiter?
Yeah, Jupiter, indeed. And you can definitely expect for them to just play on the poking game, just trying to burn some resources, burn those armors, and you can see Ashura right now doesn't have any medkits. So if his armor will be broken, he might suffer a major loss for the team as he is young. And with all of those knowledge that they can use and information, that single member might be may be out for the count.
Yeah, and even the other members as well of Beta that we mentioned earlier, right? They weren't willing to take the risk because you're going out. You're just...
medkit, as I mentioned.
Oh my God, he's
It's
taking a
abandoned.
bunch of damage from Execration.
Execration, they got their place. They got the
They might
momentum.
close in here.
They got the advantage. That's their mall. Execration mall. As right now, PBE Tyrant trying to save their faces onto those rocks. But it might be head first on jumping in and out as Lucky with the damage. Still consistently dropping those AK bullets around.
And you see why Execration is holding out for so long, right? Knowing that they got a Tarantula here. This is their turf.
Yeah.
So pretty much map number 1 is working towards their favor. And now Playbook Tyrant, they don't have any health kits here for Ashura. This is so dangerous in case he gets gunned down here by Execration, who's over on the other side. And he's scouting for medkits and he can't find
He's
any.
trying. And that's the problem. He's trying to find some medkits, but there's a different team. Oh my goodness, they
Tyrant Tyrant?
ignored NU Complex at all, and this
They
might be a
don't
flank.
know. Playbook
Oh.
Tyrant does not know this, and NUXL,
Yes,
they
they
can
saw
make a
it.
move, but okay, the information's there.
Okay, they're just being patient. They know that they can just surprise them anytime, but they only have one squad into their books, into their radars. But what about the others? What if we engage the possible third parties?
Yeah, speaking of the third parties, from the backside, we see Execration closing in at NUXL before they could even make a move, catching them by surprise.
Oh, he dropped medkits, so I believe this will be a big push. But definitely, as you've mentioned, Execration, they are closing in, but
They are for
NU
blood.
Complex, they are at the side, at the edge of the mountain, trying, or the cliff, trying to survive. But right now,
Yeah.
Virus, they need to move. They kind of need to move.
Yeah, the circle is closing in, and my
Oh, they
goodness,
got
Kings of the South!
scanned!
Yeah, they got scanned, and there's the information. Luki goes in. There is the ultimate as well being popped in.
Absolute gravity to pull Luki down, but right now, this will be the
my God,
cleanup that they
NUXL!
need. But Obi-Wan Nairobi trying his best to save other members. NU Complex against Execration at the edge of the zone, at the edge of the seat. But right now, Luki is eliminated, and they are still waiting. While other third parties are around. PBE Tyrant,
Four
let the
squads
raid,
here.
let the missiles pushing even further damage. Assassin was able to take down another member.
Yeah, Pepe God mode is all alone, but look at Blue going in all aggressive there. And Dean and the rest of Playbook Tyrant, they just might get greeted here by Execration. This is their turf, and wow, what a way to start the day. We're fighting on the edge of the cliff.
And they are dropping like flies as Execration trying their best to play at the edge, but Dean will not be dining in as he will be another points from Execration. 3 members left. It feels like no chance for Luki to be revived.
Squad number 7 is here in the corner as well, but this is Execration we're talking about, doing the
Oh.
fancy footwork.
Even Virus is down. No armors for Saro. This will be for another team to jump in. Last 5 squads. Absolute gravity in the front. And what are they going to do? As obnoxious as might be eliminating Execration. They are on the edge.
They're going
might
for the
be
revives.
pushing in. Assassin, are they going for the push? Are they going for the play? He jumped in.
Virus is
Vertical dash. He knows. He got the information, but they are still around.
Blackfire as well is over on the corner. They spotted squad number 7. They're closing in an Execration. They have to make a move as Assassin really, really low there. He gets got that from the back.
obnoxious! Blackfire, the third party. It will save Execration's life. Last 3 squads. And they are pushing in. They got the flamethrower. The zone might be hugging them.
Yeah, Blackfire is complete at this point. Beta as well over on the other side. Execration, they're still alive. They're gunning down Blackfire from the other side.
Okay, we gotta chill. There's so many kills. 11 kills from Execration, and they are close on being eliminated, but Blackfire was able to save them.
Okay, yeah, Execration. Speaking of saving, they are not letting up, right? They spot Beta on the other side, Blackfire. So it's going to be a 3v4 situation here in our last stand. These are our top squads. But hold that thought, Blackfire as well. I said I wanted them to perform, and here they are. At number 3, last 3 squads left, and unfortunately, I don't think they were able to get Luki back up here for Execration.
Yeah, it's really too far right now as the zone is starting to be painful. They are moving in slowly but surely. Air Beast from Hale. And this is the power of Beta. Their patience paid off. Getting those resources, but still, 1 blue armor, 1 purple, and a 3 versus 3 versus 4 is still Blackfire is stacked with strength in numbers.
But Execration has the full armors here for Virus and Blue, right? And Beta, it seems like they're trying to go for Blackfire here first. Hale has that Air Beast,
Yeah.
scouting in information, making sure on how to let the other members know that how to close in at Blackfire. But it seems like both teams are trying to go for Blackfire first, knowing that they have the numbers advantage.
Yes, so might be a 6v4, or they are just exposing or trying to put a little pressure. Might be Beta stealing the points, but MG7 in the hands of Sato. And remember, this 80 bullets with no reload consistently can take down anyone.
Yeah, Hale as well, one of the key players here of Beta, has only one med kit left.
Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, right. So that's why he didn't really close in on Blackfire, knowing that he only has one left. Maybe his other teammates has, but this isn't the time to be switching out health kits because they're finding a way on how to close in. And this is such an open area. This is probably the fastest I've seen, or the smallest I've seen the circle close in.
Yeah, and the establishments will be left out empty as they need to push out in the open. They know Beta on the right, Blackfire on the left. But what they're going to do as Virus, he's starting to crawl in. This malware might be the one who's going to destroy the system, but Blackfire commit against Beta. They are going in. They wanted that points, but Execration took already two, and they are not going to stop as K will push even further.
Blackfire,
Virus against Deja Vu, and whoa there, because as the action is still continuing. Virus with a triple
Execration's still
kill.
going at
They're
it.
not going to
Last two
stop.
left.
MG7, and that's gonna be it, as Blackfire will be the last team being eliminated. Execration surviving with 3 members.
Oh my goodness, just when we thought that Execration would have been eliminated on that
So
cliffside, that was too close for comfort.
Oh my goodness.
And that was probably the most longest standoff I've seen in that last zone in an open area.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
probably like 10 minutes we were talking about who's gonna go first because it's an open area, and they were so careful. I think all teams were super careful, and it all started with Beta Esports committing towards Blackfire, and yeah, that's what I expected, right? A 3v3 before, because numbers advantage was towards the side of Blackfire.
And the advantage from Execration, not having Luki, but using the proper timing, the scans, and remember that they got Sunil. So the absolute damage being displayed with that MG7. Virus took 3 members in one sweep.
Virus was actually able to get revived there by, I think it was Blue or Sato. So fortunately they were able to do that, because if they weren't able to get those revives up, that last stand would have ended much differently.
Obnoxious Esports, they were this close to
Very close though, guys.
to destroy the top 1 team. And it's a bit odd that Blackfire jumped Beta.
Yeah.
Like, instead of the top 1 team of eliminating them and getting their red armors, they would still prefer. I mean, are they going to expect that they're gonna lose? That's why they just want those 1 points or single points with the kills? Because it's already the Execration right in front of you, knocking on the doors.
Yeah, that is Execration for you guys, and this comes with tons of experience from the previous weeks, right? Being able to make the plays like that, and at the same time, I think it's good that Execration, you know, during the time we're in, the circle will be closing in, the final circle already. You don't really want to be getting in those revives because you're in such a tight spot. But Execration was willing to go down and revive those last members. Because honestly, for Execration fans out there, I'm pretty sure you guys were on the edge of your season.
Yeah.
And oh my god! Yeah, I actually thought that Blackfire might have had a better chance because they had vehicles right from the other side. They had information, and they can just take Execration by surprise. But Execration just still managed to pull it through. And this time, not as crazy as 30 kills, but they were able to at least get almost, I think that was 20 kills for this map.
I believe that those skills is a bit lesser because the circle is favoring them. Remember that we started onto the southwest part, wherein it's their place, it's their mall. So they just need to visit some neighborhoods outside the zone. And that's why they were still able to rack up those skills and get some resources. But at the end of the day, they kind of need to go back, and with already depleted resources, other teams doesn't have doesn't have any let's say medkits, stores.
Yeah, even Playbook Tyrant, right? And speaking of Osiris, there's a lot to take in here because it's the knockout stage. But yep, we're gonna have to check out the highlights on what went on in that game. Check it out.
We are back for more action, and that's just map 1?
Yeah, question mark, right? Because a lot of things going on in that map, a lot of crazy plays, and Execration still stood on top. The zone also closed in their favor in this map number 1, so I'm not so sure if it's going to be the same thing for the next 2 maps here. And considering how we kind of dissected the teams earlier, we talked a little bit about Beta and Tyrant, Playbook Tyrant right now. So we see some teams actually, stepping up this time. NRX Blackfire, like when I mentioned, sometimes it's a hit or miss, but
Yeah.
this game it was actually pretty good. Let's see.
And MVP, who is it gonna be as Virus? You can definitely see with 10 kills. And with the Sunil buffs carrying the MG7, he was able to sweep anyone outside outside the fighting arena. And then, as what you mentioned a while ago, that the circle is favoring them. Other teams push the boundaries. They wanted to get those kills outside the zone.
This is the place to do a back-to-back-to-back. It is the knockouts, right? And it's making a statement as well for the other teams in Group B. Like, hey, we did a back-to-back-to-back. Watch out during the finals. I'm pretty sure it's going to be absolutely crazy. It's a LAN event, by the way.
Yeah, and we might be expecting with more thumbs up given in. We are up for more, and it's Execration's time right now, just showing, classing everyone, and with the bad start. Not really entirely bad start. Bad around. We're in left with 3 members. 2 members down.
And Luki was down also, right? Like Luki Skywalker, like what we highlighted here in the English stream.
Use the force.
Yeah, so I was like, is Execration gonna be managed? Can they actually manage to pull through here? Because Luki was down, and it was up to the rest of the members like Virus, and he never fails, right? Like what Infinity says, there's no cure for Virus just yet, because he's able to step up when Luki Skywalker has gone to the dark side.
I'm going for the Sith part of the story, but right now they might be the antagonist on a different story, but right now they are the honored ones on how well they are performing, and even just finishing with a triple threat, a cherry on top open area fight with a also the smallest zone.
Plus, it was in their area, so I think that that was a plus itself because
Yeah.
it was near the mall, the Execration Mall, the Kings of the
Yeah.
South. So I think if it was in some other area, say either in Tin Man or maybe in Power 3 or Iris, I think that would have been much different for Execration as well because you're kind of traveling around an area you're not very comfortable with.
Yeah, exactly. So, with that being said, the teams right now, what are they going to do? Because it feels like Execration doesn't have any loopholes.
Yeah, it seems like even if you take Luki down, there's still Virus, there's still Sato, there's still Brew. So how will you take down Execration? They might actually just go for back-to-back to back. But for now, Osiris, we have to take a break ourselves. But that was a crazy first round. But see you guys after this one for map number 2.
She was looking in my eyes cause she wanna be my boo. All these strippers on the floor, got me tripping in the stew. If they tryna get a bag, then they might've got the loot. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. If you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. You a joke, never thought it when you never ever broke. All these presses on the shooter who be lacking in the smoke. You a joke.
Lucinda's trade is only open to the first buyer who arrives. Capsulers, fight for your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Coming last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to lose control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off. Precision bombing. One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard! Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
we're back with Osiris just staring at his...
I'm
He's
s-
thinking!
I'm
You've been
still
thinking earlier.
Because I'm in a thinking chair. Because
Oh,
Blues,
make
Blues
the pose. I
Clues.
think you have thinking
It's
pose.
Blues Clues from Execution Blue, right? And
Yeah,
then
I was gonna say your shirt.
the
Just shade it to green. You might actually fit in.
yeah, si Steve, but Rogan. But yeah, definitely. I was thinking how other teams will push the boundary with Execution as they are planning to win more and push themselves at the tippy top, trying to be gods.
And here's the thing too about the teams that are on top. There were some strategies that we've seen here in the past few weeks wherein either someone contests, a brave team that will contest the area of the top team. So who's willing to contest for the area of execution? Because no one has done that.
And it's a bit
Imagine
odd.
if 3 squads drop there.
Yeah, I mean, all of them against Execution, but is it going to matter now? Because they already got the points that they need
Yeah,
from week
pretty
1
much
to week 4.
good,
They
right?
already proved themselves. And then, with that 3 squads or 2 squads against Execution, they might be giving 8 kills, 16
To execution
kills
instantly.
Yeah, right?
That too, right?
So that's the biggest question. And this Battle Royale, there's no teaming up. It's just you and yourself and with
And
3
your squad.
members and your
Yeah.
squad. So how are they going to manage to change the pace of execution? But definitely a third party is a good point, but not as a drop-off point because they might...
It's too early.
Yeah.
It's too early. And I think people wouldn't want to waste their resources too very early. And we've seen that in high pressure points earlier in map number 1 in Sanctuary Tower at that. We don't really see that often.
Yeah.
Sanctuary Tower, and I think there was Blackfire and squad number, I think it was squad number 5. So I think it was either NU in
And you
in
complex,
yes in Power 3 station. Yeah.
Against another squad, right? There are 2 squads right there face to face, and yeah, another thing that might be the change that we saw is that solo drop by Virus, because
Oh yeah, that was a big thing too.
SR Nakage, as one of the notorious team that's playing on a split, one goes Mansion, one goes Annex, 2 onto the main Nova Planetarium, and both of them will just rotate. A vehicle from Mansion will take in the one from Annex and then converge with the team. We saw a Sunflower and a drop onto the Nova Annex, a solo drop, and then just converging onto the Mansion and then with the team.
Yep, that is
So-
another strategy, right?
Yeah.
Because you know what, guys? Speaking of strategy, speaking of what to do next, this is what you gotta do next, though.
The
Open up
code.
your Farlight accounts and drop that code FL Championship because we're gonna be crowning our champion real soon because we're already at knockout stage 1, by the way. So this is different from what you've seen in the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, and with that being said, take that coins, gold coins, and make
1,000.
sure, yeah, 1,000 coins.
That's a
man.
lot.
That's,
I still need to buy new heroes. I
Yeah,
do need that.
if you are watching from week 1 up to this point, you still got 25 something coins to, to still push.
25,000!
Yeah.
Very simple, right? All
Yeah.
you need to do is just watch for the 84. Not only gold coins, we actually do give out skins,
Diamonds.
diamonds too. Yes, just
And-
keep watching.
Yeah, and you know that you want those battle pass with
yeah.
how young, looking cool, and
Yeah, I think it's Lucinda
I mean,
for
the
this
previous
season,
one.
right? The previous
I mean,
one,
it's
yeah.
starting really hot with that Nightbringer,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then this time Lucinda with much more Halloweeny tea.
Because it's already
theme
the
approach.
month, so we're about. Oh yeah, it's almost Halloween. I
Yeah.
can't wait for that. And the Farlight 84 characters are already dressed up for the event. But of course, before Halloween, we will actually crown the Farlight 84
Yeah,
the first
exactly.
FPC champion.
And the first FPC champion. You will witness that on a LAN event with us, especially with Burger Kim. So make sure to get those
Yep.
sign-ins, those autographs for Burger Kim.
Oh no, I think you need to do it for Osiris, who is over in the Tagalog stream, who just crossed over the multiverse to be here with you guys in the English group. So thank you so much, by the way, for stopping here.
I just woke
How's your experience so far?
I just woke up and then know how to speak English.
Oh, yeah,
all
it
throughout
comes
the day,
off
so
naturally.
It's all throughout the day. It's all about English. But yeah, definitely the set is really good. I mean, I really wanted to experience as well.
What does
how
it look
good is
like
the
in your
players.
multiverse? What
Oh,
does it look like?
We are inside the secret base.
Oh,
like
it's a base.
under the
This
Nova
looks like
place.
it's also underground. So,
Yeah, it's underground. You saw the video, so we're in the teams fight, and then there's a destructible area on the power tree station around that area, but we're not going to
Okay.
disclose so that no teams
we'll
will.
know where you drop. All right. Okay,
It's a
okay,
safe
fair
drop.
enough. We're,
Safe
we're,
drop.
we're being broadcasted, by the way, so you don't want to give out information. But yeah, speaking of information, we
Yeah.
do have a lot, right, for all the teams. And I think by this time, everyone has reviewed everything that happened in the previous weeks as well. And we haven't seen any contests on the top team Execration, but there were a lot of POIs that were contested. I think Sanctuary. Apart from that, there was also
Power Tree.
Power 3. Yeah, the pressure point was up on the north side, knowing that Kings of the South definitely have that area already.
Yeah, it's a pretty good division of the team, but we didn't see really any squad that snowballed really hard that can finish
Yeah.
off the storyline or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
game itself at map 1. It feels like it was a back and forth, and this is not entirely what we're expecting because Execration, they are playing on some 30 kills, playing on a landslide convincing finishes, but this time they are so close on being eliminated and finishing it with only 3 members.
3 members without Luki, I think. In this
Yeah,
map,
so they're making things work with less of a man behind. What more they can push or what more they can do with a full squad and the circle not in their favor.
Yeah, I am actually looking. Good question though. I am actually looking forward to map number 2 on where the circle will close in. Say if it closes up north, let's say
Yeah.
Sanctuary Tower or Power 3, how will they rotate? Because we didn't see that today. Just today in particular, we didn't see how Execration was able to rotate. And I did mention it earlier. I was like, okay, I haven't seen so much of Execration. Where are they?
Yeah.
They're just camping out in their house, their home buddies for that first map. But for the other teams, right, they were going back. Apart from Execration, the other teams, say, played with Tyrant, Blackfire, they were willing to fight outside the zone.
Yeah.
So is that something, I don't know, is that something Execration's willing to do?
I believe so because we already saw them countless time playing onto the first zone. A very identical play as how we've studied as well as SR Nakage. We keep on going back as because of the 2 Titans that's based on their numbers is really high compared to other teams. And you gotta study those top teams and take good examples and then just use it as a habit. And as you mentioned, what ifs, right?
Yeah.
Outside the zone, Sunflower Shopping Mall. And we know that Execration is a squad who's really relying onto the resources. So it's not just about the zone. It also changes the pace we're in the Shield XP devices
That
with
too.
3 different maps.
Yeah, I only noticed that like a few weeks back, right?
Yeah.
The devices actually rotates. So before it was more of like it's in a staple location,
Yeah.
so you can kind of know where people want to drop, right? And I played a couple of games yesterday, and I was telling my squad mates who were pretty new to Farlight 84, by the way. So I was telling them, okay, you have to get those devices, the ones that are glowing that has defense 5, so you can
Yeah.
upgrade your armor. And I think that's a very important thing, especially with the teams, right? The more armor you have, let's say if it's full armor, you can be much aggressive.
Yeah.
And Execration, I think there was 2 full armors in that last clash.
Exactly. They are the ones who's getting those first armors with oranges one.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
a big
they're just
factor.
pretty brave enough around the 3rd circle. So their timings is really good that when the zone closes, they are well equipped. I believe that Virus kind of took a setback onto those armors because he upgraded from a level 1 to level 2 real quick using
yep.
up his shield shards because he is fairly alone. It's kind of need to make sure that he's not going to be taken down. And definitely Virus would be the last one to upgrade his armor, but still they made it work by just taking kills, more points, more resources.
Yep, and the resources is a very important thing too. We've seen it, how the players were playing outside the zone, and a lot of them were willing to camp out in that area, looting looting from the squads that were eliminated. I was gonna say something really tough, but let's not go to that. Yeah, they were willing to stay there, get the resources early on, and especially I think this will be very much evident in the first circle because there's not a lot of damage. I think it's 1 HP per second, so I think it's negligible, and teams were willing to just take that risk, get in the armors before they close it.
And that's the thing. It's a gamble, right? You wanted to take the shield XP devices, but how many teams is outside the zone? How many teams are waiting for those strugglers at the edge of the circle? So it's not just about the upgrades. You kind of need to consider as well what teams to fight, the possible third parties, the possible choke points, which is what we saw onto that bridge as 2 squads going head to head, and Execration being at the mall gave a lot of advantage against those 2 squads.
Yeah, exactly, too. And speaking of that, Osiris, speaking about bridges, speaking about the malls, we're going to be heading over into map number 2 immediately. And let's take a look. The pod actually dropped from the northwest side, going down to the southeast side. So that's going to take some time for Execration to actually drop in their comfort spot. But as for the rest who have been camping out there on top, they should be fine. And again, Blackfire over on top side. I think this time they have a solid hold on that power tree station, but there's a lot of pressure there. Over on the middle, we see squad number 7, squad number 8, and another that might converge just real soon. But they need to get the resources. Virus once again in this annex of Planetarium.
And no one is at Nova Planetarium, I believe so. A bit of close teams around Carnival and Iris, but you can see squad 10. They are circling around. Might be a late drop or might be a respawner drop. But Garo, might be a Barrow's time for him as he's going down earlier on. But no worries, we still got respawners. He can still reset, rejoin the squad. But Crimson staying at power 2, and squad 4 sitting pretty at power 3.
Yeah, actually, there are squads in Nova Planetarium. So I was actually waiting for Master. I thought that they would go to the annex, and Virus is all alone there. Speaking of Masters, though, we see squad number 8. Gonna try to go at it. Toby. I think he has information.
Oh, and Sanity got his hands on with a few bullets. But you can see Monarchy right now, Azzy putting a lot of damage against Toby. And he is out for the count. Squad number 8 are just trying to take down squad 10 even further. As this Monarchy team, I believe that this is also an early rotation from them. But Hand Sanity will be the next victim of Garo. And he doesn't have any spawners, and 2 members is being waited to be revived.
He wants to get the revenge, actually.
Yeah.
For making him use his respawn button, and that's exactly what we were saying, right? Very risky to make this play. He wanted to get. I get it. You're at the heat of the moment. That happens to me too. I want to get my revenge, but you don't have any respawners. I think he's just banking on the fact that his other teammates are around the corner to revive.
I mean, come on. You got 2 members needed to be revived. It's only you against how many members? And his last member, I'm not sure where he is. So might be no one is at Nova Planetarium. But the skirmish that happened from Power Tree opted them to use their respawner to go back or to rotate onto Nova. Kind of forces them to fight each other. And that's where Bridges has been burned.
Yeah, looking at their current standing to Osiris, it is Execration still standing on top, of course, with 33. And speaking of Execration, we just jinxed it again. The circle actually is going to be closing in over towards the side of Sanctuary Tower. So wow, that is going to be quite the ride for Execration. So let's see actually how they will rotate in this situation, because map number 1, we weren't able to see that happen. And so far, Monarchy, they've gotten this area, and I think they're already pretty happy with their armors at this point.
And once again, as you mentioned a while ago, having those armors give you confidence. And they are confident to fight.
They're willing to run out in the open as well.
Yeah, they can just really fight a power tree station and get those easy kills. But at the compound, you can see Obnoxious and Crimson. But Blackfire on the kill feed means they are out for blood once again. Remember, they are the 2nd team in our rankings.
Yeah, Crimson and squad number 7, DB, X, ESP. Yeah. A very long name as well.
Yeah.
They're going to be making Wow, they're gonna be chasing each other over
Oh,
at Tower 3.
they're confident. This is a blazing
Monarchy
infantry.
is over on the area as well, so it might be a three-way.
This is bad. Might be a three-way or one-way trip to hell. As obnoxious, they are trailing down. They are running rather as the Crimson. They are
the
trailing down,
Furious,
but the
they go down.
blazing infantry was able to
And
hit
there's
the
a
shock.
EMP.
And another EMP after EMP, and they are EMPTY empty bars that we are seeing. They are going down, and they are being punished. Obnoxious. They are clueless on what to do.
Oh no, they got gunned down. Their shields were down. They had no choice but to get out of the vehicle, and now there's
They
something.
still got respawners. So
Yeah, so it's fine, right? But you wouldn't want to waste it in case you go up against another, and we see Monarchy here. There's the absolute gravity.
oh my goodness, as another fight erupts. This is the rotation from Nova, but it feels like out of this world as they are running and trying to kill more. And Daizu
CME.
still trying to shut away more members as trees are used being covered. But Kesso, they can cheese this out, but wanted to settle down. 2 members out for NBE.
They have much better armors though.
Oh,
They're taking
so
advantage.
they got the
Azzy again.
upgrades, but still Crimson onto the left side. KBY, this is my revenge. They might be the one who's going to take the kill as Azzy jumping left and right. Is he
Really
going
low?
to escape? That's
No,
from
he
above.
does not
And
make it.
that's going to be a kill from TCME. Crimson being eliminated from the flamethrower. They are now flaming, blazing in, trying to go for the kills. A Super 2 tap. It might be the top one that they need to save
He's
themselves.
tapping up and down, though.
KBY and
Oh, from the
AXT,
back.
they are dead. But you can see still Daizu as the backup to make sure to still push away Crimson.
Yep, we see 2 other members there of TCME still up, but the circle's gonna be closing in. But this is not the case, Osiris. I'm sure everyone's pretty much willing to fight outside the circle, making sure that they don't get those revives on those members. So this is gonna be a lot of resources wasted for TCME and Monarchy as well.
Yeah, and once again, Crimson, they are so close once again to put themselves back onto the board. But NBE, they were able to get those loots easier for them to take more fights, and
They're still not letting go of the area,
Yeah.
actually. I think both of
they
them,
are overstaying.
they are staying here. And again, this is going to be a massive resources wasted out for both sides, whereas you can put the time to actually go into the other area. So I think they're pretty much willing to eliminate each other up until their death. And we see NUXL getting towards this area, getting in those shield XP devices. And as we mentioned, that it's going to be rotating towards different
That's
areas.
gonna be it. We saw Ponzi onto the platform, was able to take down Hanzanity, but not handsome enough with those aims to entirely clear the squad. And yeah, Crimson Esports, they are out an early exit. But right now, PvE against Beta, who is going to stay at the top, because once again, the Sanctuary Tower, this is their place. They already have a man down, no Kurumi, so they need to respect Beta with 2 upgraded armors, just checking the corners. Round, blinding mark, not going to hit anyone. They're just making sure that to clear every corners and save themselves. And Kosei,
Raul,
PvE,
he's gonna go in.
that's the next,
He's in for a chase, and he's
RIP. Rest in pieces as he's being taken care down, or make sure.
Yeah, he's gonna get the loot as well. And Beta so far, right? There's a lot of XP devices here, a lot of resources in Sanctuary Tower, and look at the armor of Beta Esports already at level 5. Plus the fact that it's gonna be closing in towards this area. But you know, this is not Sanctuary. I think you guys
no.
should not name it a Sanctuary Tower, because it is a lot of the squads gonna be contesting towards this area. We see Playbook Tyrant as well. I think a lot of people want to be here, right?
Yeah.
Sanctuary Tower, a
Safest
lot
place
of
for now.
for now, right? For
Yeah.
now, it's nice and quiet, but we haven't seen any of the engages, and we see actually a lot of the squads just choosing to avoid the engages, choosing to go for the resources first.
Yeah, and PvE, they were able to use Divulge against the squad from Sanctuary Tower, so it means they're not going to push even further. We know that's a possible flank with Beta, but this might be
Execration?
bad. Because Execration,
They
with
don't
no
have
armors,
shields.
with no shields, it means that their respawner has been used up. So this might be a fight
They have to take this. Yep, there's the EMP.
EMP, all right, onto the side. And
Oh, an
Sato,
execration.
you can see Sato onto the right side, gunning them down at the high ground.
Yeah.
What a good plan.
And I think this is also very much evident in the rotation of execration, wherein they were willing to split up, making sure that they're not huddling in the same area. So at least this is good. They have at least a level 3, the most for Sato. What actually happened there? But before that, there's going to be a lot more here over on the other side. A lot of squads in this area. Pacific Zone here. Lots of damage.
Someone has been taken down by squad number 6, and oh, you can see those dances. Just
There's
trying
only
to dodge
2 of them
bullets.
left though
Yeah,
here.
definitely. That was an early fight, and no backups for them. And it was, I believe, that was NU Complex who's destroyed the 2 members.
Yep, and it seems like they might actually
no,
spot
Pacific Zone.
the last 2 members Pacific Zone in the area. They're only covered by this hill. There's the scan also from another team there. So this is dangerous ground for Pacific Zone. Plus, there's also execration over the other side. They're already gunning it. There's a mission erosion.
Trying to escape with a layer of
They don't have
protection, but
shields.
there's no
Oh!
action as they don't have any shields, and that will be the exit of another team. Oh my goodness.
Most of the time, if you're actually going fishing here, it's not a good idea because
Pacific Zone got zoned out.
Yeah. It's not the Pacific Ocean, by the way. That is,
Yeah,
that
not
is
your
just a
place.
river. Yeah, not the best place to be. There's not a lot of ways out because once you turn right, there's you need to swim, right?
Look.
But execration.
That would be a problem. Remember, there are only 3 members, but they got upgraded armors. They might be circling in against execration.
Speaking of circling in, we have Blackfire as well, trying to circling in. Oh my God, that's like 1 full armor from Blackfire. NB Monarchy, they have to deal with this.
Oh no, the EMP shock denied the springboard. No chance for you to
Oh,
escape.
no.
4 kills coming in from NBAE. Bodies are being torn down, and Super 2 tap is
Oh,
the
from the
next
back.
target.
Deja vu.
And that's gonna be it. It's Blackfire with the proper layering of their skills, denying any opportunity onto the opposing side.
So that was deja vu with that complete armor, and that just signaled Blackfire to just go in and siege in that compound, and that is goodbye for Monarchy, right?
Yeah.
Wow, they actually wanted to get the throne, but not for. Well, if it's Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much like this. Someone has to get eliminated. Unfortunately, that was Blackfire, and of course they're itching, right? They did finish podium last map, and they're looking good so far when it comes to their resources.
Yeah, and remember, this is Blackfire. This is the top 2 team. And it feels like, as what you mentioned, like the Game of Thrones, it feels like they are the Targaryen of the squad right now, leading the pack. They are the first one to have those full armors, and they might be the ones who shut down Execration, because Execration, they started with empty hands, and right now you can
Yeah,
see
Blackfire, they're going for the loot, and PVT1 is over at Sanctuary Tower. They're divided in the middle. I'm not so sure if PVT1 has the information on Blackfire, but actually I think Blackfire does know that squad number 5, PVT1, is over at Sanctuary Tower. I think they might just go for it. They're riding in, and PVT, they might also pull in a surprise. They don't have the scans yet, though.
Yeah, they don't have the scans.
It's nice and quiet. They have the high ground here for PVT. They're not willing to
clueless.
reveal
Yeah,
the location.
they don't want to reveal their position, as the zone might be closing in.
Oh,
but
what,
the
Viper?
first one to drop is, of
Viper.
course,
Yeah,
Viper. But RIP showed himself a bit of an absorb of a vacuum from the absolute gravity. Ray, any chance to push?
Jose is down
A
low.
laser ray, as Jose will be the next target, but RIP and the one at the top of the Sanctuary Tower. Are they going
That's
to push?
the springboard.
That's gonna be it. As absolute gravity, this will be absolute decimation. RIP, you didn't learn.
Oh,
And that's gonna be the
no.
next lesson
And Jose.
that you need to bring. Jose,
There's one more left
yes?
for squad number 5, but I don't think they can hold it out for so long because Blackfire,
Oh, Kurumi.
they're getting in the revives here as well, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be staying up in this area. Kurumi does not have any shields here. What can you do? Oh my goodness, I'm getting so scared for it.
Play for placements, but
Yeah.
that's not the best thing to do
Yeah,
right
once you
now.
jump down,
Knockout.
there's
Yeah.
Blackfire.
There's Blackfire, and then you can see onto the middle of the building. That's PBE Tyrant. And remember, Execration, they didn't push their luck on moving around, but PBE, they're just trying to stay on a single structure, while Blackfire successful to take kills. That's 12 points for them. So remember, they are sitting on top 2.
Okay, so this is Blackfire over on the other side that just took down PVT1. Look at their armies. Kurumi has to go down, and I think St. Cloud knows it. He has the vehicle, and they can just gun him down once he gets off of that platform. And now we see Execration this time. Okay, they already have level 4 armors, so that's decent. But if you're talking about everyone else, they don't really have the best here. At least they do have the defender, and at least an is that an AK-77
Yes,
for
AK, yeah.
Luki? So at least that is
no.
good. They spot Beta Esports over on the other side. They aren't able to take down their armor, so that's gonna be a
might
problem.
bad. This might be
There's
bad.
information though on them.
Yeah, it's the guy.
And then UXL is over on the other side as well.
Exactly.
What
Things
do they
are
do?
being perplexed as any complex
have
might be
vehicles.
pushing it, but remember they are outside the zone. More kills from Sato with the invader. You're not invading our safe space.
Oh,
They
it's
know
taking a lot of
where
damage.
Beta is, and they are committing really hard. But PvE Tyrant, this is an opening that they need. They know where Execration is, but they might be going on a party as Nairobi
Blue
will
is
be
down.
the left one. As Nairobi being
using the-
focused. Blue around the corner at the back of the tree. Are they going to survive? Because PvE is looking at them.
Yep, BBT, this is classic moves from them. They are not willing to let go of their position, their fort, as long as they can get to gun you down. But look at the damage from Luki. Luki's defender.
And they were able to save Blue.
No, they weren't able to save Blue, so Blue is still outside there. They're trying to get to him, but how can
Oh,
they?
they can't
Because
cross.
Playbook is here. They
Yeah.
can't cross the Playbook.
Yeah, Playbook indeed is sure to take this place. But Beta against the stack NRX Blackfire, they are being punished. But
They have
Hill
arrows. What?
needs to move in, and more kills as even get Beta. They might be successful on this.
Yeah, they do, right? And 4 squads remaining here, and now Beta, once they eliminated either one squad, that's gonna be full armor for them. And there's the
Oh.
blinding mark.
What a
Luki
good
can't
absolute
see.
gravity to use the blinding mark at the exact time behind staying as a flamethrower.
and
But
Execration.
this is the only fine thing that pushes them, or just a cover. Luki trying to push more
no.
damage with this
There's the
AK
zone also.
dollars, but the zone is eating them. Who's going to be cooked? Someone has to run away with a
Luki makes the
flamethrower, but
play.
Execration.
Luki!
They were able to take out BB and Tyrant, but of course the last 2 teams right now, as
It's-
NRX, the top 2 was able to take out the top 1. Who's going to take it? You still got the Tarantula, who's going the next one to kill it, but X-Beta right now, out of nowhere, finishing the game.
Okay, the zone closed in on Execration just when Luki Skywalker was able to get those 2 kills onto Blackfire. But what we didn't know was the circle was actually going to be closing in on the other side. So they had to deal with Playbook Tyrant, and they didn't really have the best resources. So Beta Esports, they capitalized on the fact that they were already inside the circle. And all they needed to do was eliminate that last squad. Not a lot of kills for them actually, but they played it out, they threaded it out carefully. And of course, Hale, the one standing on top.
I mean, you can see the damage right
Yeah,
now.
the damage too.
Not even 1K.
Even the HP restore, look at it.
I mean, we expected for them to perform. And if they really can't go with the fire with fire, patience game. We saw this at map 1 that they stayed on a 1 structure just to make sure to wait for the third party and the zone. But this time, they were able to successfully finish the job.
And looking at the squads that actually placed here on the bottom of our list, these are actually the squads that were in the highly contested POIs.
Yeah.
And I think usually at this point, right, you know where everybody drops. Make sure that you either drop in other points. But for Execration and Blackfire, the deadliest thing that happened to Execration there was the zone. That was the only thing that could take them out.
Yeah, and you can see that Blackfire was able to finish second once again, while Execration finishes third. And Execration, they only got 10 kills, as Blackfire was able to get 14 kills. So it means we might see a bit of a push or a
See-
contestant at the top.
Mhm.
So map 3 might be the decider if Blackfire was able to finish this in a really good fashion, outclassing the Kings, or the Kings of the South might be the ones who's going to finish it on a high note. But no, back to back.
No, back to back to back for you guys. Maybe, let's say, Execration does manage to pull off or maybe get in the win for the third map. That's still sort of, well, not really a back to back to back because Beta actually won this map. And honestly, I think that is also the reason why Execration, when you see the zone closing in, the circle closing in rather, you see them trying to move at the middle, right? But they were so caught up with play. See, this is what I was saying. You get caught up with other squads, you forget to actually move towards the center.
Yeah.
So the last two, it was Blackfire and Beta in that last circle. So it was just a test of who actually had the much better armor, had the much better resources, and they were able to get the kills.
Yeah, of course, with a lot to unpack, as mentioned by Burger Kim. Let's head on to the highlights and cool our heads. Let's watch this together. We are back with more action and might be a solution to the question that we are, or the problem that we are trying to think, because the top one team that we highlight left empty-handed
Yeah.
outside Sunflower Shopping Mall.
I mean, that was their turf, right? We didn't actually see who they went up against or where they
Yeah.
rotated. Because we did see a little bit of Virus going to the annex, right?
Yeah, the
But
same story, but after that, where?
yeah,
Where
they
did
went
it
up
go
against
wrong?
Pacific Zone, or I think that was another squad that they've gone
Yeah.
up against. They only had like level 1 armor, so I was like, what happened to Execration, right? They had nothing in their hands, but of course we have to take a look back at, of course, who won this map, right? Let's get to Execration later on. Of course, congratulations to Beta Esports and Hale being the MVP. So there weren't a lot of kills onto Beta Esports, right? And it shows in the damage.
Yeah.
But all they needed to do was be at the right place at the right time, and they were right in the middle of the circle alongside Blackfire.
But the thing is it going to be enough for Beta to entirely be confident on making sure that they're getting those points? Because with two maps, with the less of a kills, but somehow a good finish on map 1 and a podium finish on map 2,
Yep.
you kind of need to push the boundaries at map 3, because remember that this point system, and only top 30 teams will proceed to our semifinals and finals.
Yeah.
And considering that Beta, they know what they're doing. They got, of course, the greater understanding of their positioning, but it's just that they kind of need those extra kill points.
Yep, not a lot, right? As compared to Execration, we've seen it earlier, standing on top with I think total of 33. So they are sort of catching up for beta. So I think at this last and third map, and of course it's going to be the last, I am expecting to see a lot of aggressions here from the, and again, it will still matter on where the circle will close in. Again, we don't want to jinx anything yet, or where it will close, south or north side. I mean, it's up to the game to figure that out, right? It makes it a little more exciting. So
I'm not sure because you're getting the good read onto the map recently, Burger King Stradamus.
Oh, yeah, that actually happens to me as well in other titles.
So
I get to
means
predict it.
you're the Nostradamus of our generation.
Oh,
right?
it just goes to show I've been playing a lot. Playing a whole lot of Farlight. And can I just say I actually ended the game last night at 4 a.m. I couldn't stop.
She flexing.
Flexing
She
at 4
flexing.
a.m.
Yeah, she flexing. But yeah, of course, with more flexing to see our map 3. But for now, we gotta chill. We'll be heading for a short break. Stay right there.
We were getting our kicks and then she blew me a kiss. let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Coming last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to control.
Time to fly! I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard. Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Back at map 3 with no back-to-back from our top team. Right now, Farlight 84 Philippines Cup with Osiris and Burger Kim. Intense match, back-to-back. And during our break, we got visited by the Tagalog casters. And they mentioned that
Oh,
execution...
they also have a portal here.
Yeah.
we
The
converged.
dimension has been opened, but they don't want me to go back. So I'm still
You're
here.
still stuck here. You have no choice. You have no choice.
It's still fine. With Burger King, I'm good.
Yeah.
And execution was still able to win with no perfect armors.
Yeah.
And they
Number
were
one, right? I think at the point.
they were able to shut down any complex with unupgraded equipment. So, I mean, how are they doing those magics?
Yeah, we haven't seen the camera pan to execution in map number 2.
Yeah.
So by the time it actually panned towards the time wherein they only had level 1 armors, I'm not so
Yeah.
sure if you remember that. I was like,
With no respawners.
I'm like, can they actually manage? And they do, right? Basic. It just goes to show their mechanical skills, their overall knowledge of the game. But I actually am curious, right? This time, if there is I think their respawners were used up early. So they really either had to play safe, wait for another squad, loot them in.
Yeah.
So it was a really difficult situation because you see execution most of the time. By the time they reach the last circle,
Yeah.
they either have level 5. So that was probably the first game I've seen them have at least only level 3, right? The
Yeah.
bare minimum for execution.
Yeah, and they kind of cost with the last member, Nairobi. Because as much
Yeah,
as
that
they
too.
are eager to take 1 point to push their standings, it costed them blue. And then PBA Tyrant is already there. It means, once again, guys, execution. They are trying to finish the game with only 3 members.
I think they were trying to get a revive on blue.
But they can't cross.
Yeah, because
PBA
Playbook Tyrant's like, no, you're not going to be able to
We
get
got
that.
you on our sights.
Yeah, and Playbook Tyrant, they are that team that is, I don't know if you noticed it, they love that high ground. And once they get a very good vantage point, they are not willing to leave that. So they want to take pot shots as much as they can. So they're willing to use up their ammo just to make you waste your resources.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the best way to go because as the circle gets smaller, we kind of don't have any other places to find some medkits, some restorers. So definitely you are being punished as with the early game, you weren't able to stack up as you can. And with all of those numbers gained from PB Tyrant, still they weren't really able to manage to finish the game as the top one, but they are once again close on being the champions.
Yep, I think the thing too about Playbook Tyrant, there was a particular day that really favored them, wherein they had a really good game that day. I think I'm not so sure if it was a back-to-back. Have to double check that one,
Yeah.
but it was either I think this particular group, it's either Dollars or Dean. They're key players that
Yeah,
make the
Dean
play.
has been an MVP
Yeah.
and Dollar,
Consistently
and both of
MVP.
them,
Yeah, so either Dean or Dollars gets taken down. I've seen that happen several times. Either the respawners were used up early, and then either the resources were out. So you can kind of see why they're super aggressive with getting the loot.
Yeah, they're kind of scrambling like, we need this. And apart from that, here's the even bigger picture. Because we started, let me
Okay, yeah.
We
There should not be that
started
too.
the broadcast thinking about execration, how they're going to lose, but still they were able to win with level 1 armors and still finish at the top 3. What's the weakness? What's the answer?
I think it's the zone and having 3 other squads, making sure that you don't get in their territory. But you know what? To answer all your questions, we're going to be heading over straight into map number 3. This is Sunset City. And now this is a bit different this time. The pod is actually from the south going all the way up there, right in the middle.
Oh, we're right into the middle as we are not seeing equal division. Good still mostly dominant onto the west side, and east side is equally distributed. They got their own places. It feels
And
like,
even Virus as well.
Yeah,
Still in that complex.
feels like no one wants to fight. No one's contesting.
Yeah, there were high pressure points on the power tree, but this time everyone is just dispersed. Wow, this is so... this is oddly satisfying. Oddly satisfying.
Oh, yes, indeed. As we already saw the possibilities of the shared resources. But this is a good play.
Gunning the vehicle.
Yeah, understanding your drop means understanding where the vehicles will be coming from. And he's trying to destroy the flamethrower, which is, remember, we are on a blazing infantry day. So a good shutdown onto the opposing side, and this will give a lot of space for Virus to just enjoy his time, his vacation.
Ooh, looking at our current standings, Blackfire actually
Oh, they
catching
are
up.
close.
They are catching up here to Execration. And Virus, actually, this is a good strat for Execration. He's kind of like the guard here.
Yeah.
Knowing that who will be coming from Planetarium, either rotating towards their side.
that's
At
a
least
good
they have
point.
information, right? And he's
Early.
got a lot. He's got this space all to
Yeah.
himself. This is actually one of my favorite rotation points. Actually,
Yeah.
Mansion, then here, and then Planetarium. So either I think what Execration is trying to do is either scout out in case that one squad is eliminated in Planetarium, they can actually rotate towards that side. But looking at our circle, it might actually just close
Middle of
right in the
Riverview.
middle of everything. So this is still actually Execration's territory. They can still be comfy right there in Sunflower Shopping Mall. So I think Execration, knowing that the circle will close there, they should be heading towards that area. But squad number 8, we're seeing them rotate also towards that side.
Yes, and if you're going to check the map, it is the old map, the first one. So 4 Shield XP devices, the Nova Planetarium, 2 from Annex, and this will push Virus even further with his shield upgrades, as he is also taking his time at the mansion. But early on, NBE Monarchy against Crimson might pop out or might erupt soon as they are circling the Nova Planetarium.
This is actually dangerous for Crimson, right? This is a Monarchy that already has their... This is pretty much their turf, right? So looking at the armors as well, knowing that they've gotten in a solid hold of the Planetarium, they can actually just charge in. Squad number 6 also closing in, so this might actually be a pincer move up against Monarchy, not unless they choose to go in up against Crimson first, and it seems like it's going to be gearing up that way. But Crimson, they're actually going to try to make a surprise. I'm not so sure. Okay, we have Azzy on top.
He knows! He knows as Azzy will make sure to take him down. Absolute Gravity will be used just to drag him. Created a lot of space. Might be a good revival position, but they're going to commit. SKB might be going in or just peeking left and right as you're seeing the kill feed as other things are happening in Execration. We need to track them down because they are the top one, but right now going back onto the fight as Crimson will still be going against NBE Monarchy and needs to bail out with only AXD.
The respawner pods are coming up as well. So we see as well Crimson, they're not going to be contesting that area knowing that it is not going to be good, right? They have, again, solidified their hold, so they're not going to be contesting at all. Moving towards the Heart Island. Near the Heart Island, actually. So
I mean, after the water station, they can just go Heart Island. And
Execration, they spot out Master.
but this is the problem, Burger Kim. After Heart Island, you want that.
Execration.
You want that
again.
sunflower shopping wall. What? You gotta remember, this is our turf, man. You gotta
This is
respect our turf.
This is execration, right? They know the ins and outs of the mall, right? It's pretty much they're living in the mall. Quite ironic, right? I mean, you'd love to do that.
Yeah, Gen Z's living on a condo.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. They do live in condominiums, and you go down, you get in your resources. And execration right now, we see squad number 10 also trying to
That's
get.
the Master, the one they
Yeah. They actually dropped over to the other side, but execration, they're just willing to eliminate who's ever gonna try to
because
go
they
in.
know that this members doesn't have any
Yep, they
weapons
don't have
or upgrades.
armors, yeah.
Because they were the ones who eliminated them. But right now they're going to
they're
start
just
as
waiting to take the risk.
Lucky with the damage and trying to empty every house.
from
This
the
is
end.
the raid, and no one's going to survive
Rose, no!
as the king of the south. You know nothing, Master X.
They don't know anything about the Sunflower Shopping Mall, and these are the kings. And even on the outskirts, they rule this territory. They know it well, and they were aggressive to do that, knowing that they just took down Master. And then when you get their respawn
rotation
pod,
onto the NBE.
they're closing in as well. Wow, a lot of people want the shopping mall.
And this is the high octane play that we are expecting to execution. They might be going for the chase, but this is a pretty slow wasteland hovercraft, so you gotta look out. But
Yeah, they're gonna flamethrower,
yeah, they are safe. They're just going to use the nitro to bail themselves out. But they know, they respect the execration, that's not the team that you want to fight. That's Blackfire. Stop what's up to. And even PB Esports, who's going
They get
to
scanned.
choose the lesser evil. They got scanned. Cause how are they going to hold this position as two teams?
Oh my goodness, there's a lot going on.
It's a lot. It's double. Absolute
we can't see
gravity,
anything.
even blinding. Mark, I can't see anything. Someone is getting blinded. But Blackfire already started with 2 kills. This is the raid that they need. They are looking for more. Kurumi, the next target to be taken out. 4 kills for Blackfire. This might be a wipeout. 2 kills right now. Tofu, is he going to save? Rather execute Kurumi. But the zone is trying to eat them up. Good upgrades. They are picking it as RIP outside, waiting for movements. But got scanned. Blinding Mark.
Deja vu.
He will be blinded! This deja vu! We already saw this coming. Prediction, the future, they already know. But one member of NBE is still there.
As he's still there,
This is
super
the
to
backup.
tap.
This might be the
Deja vu, they might close it.
If Blackfire eliminated, they are
they
no
chose down.
contention. On to the top one as NBE got 2 kills. I mean, Ray's still alive, but with 1 bullet onto the head, he is down. And they are consistently making sure to get every members and upgrades.
Oh my goodness, just when we thought it was over, they actually commit there and save Cloud.
And the respawners has been used as well.
They used, and they wanna get in some revenge.
But where?
But this is outside the zone, and you don't really have the best. That's a Madrat, and is that another shotgun? So that is really not the best equipment to go. It does not have any health kits or any shield regions as well. And I think they do spot him. This is a dangerous situation for them.
Extra kill, of course, coming in from NBE. And where he is going to drop back. Because around the minimap, we don't see other members of BBE.
Speaking of the other map as well, we see Execration taking down Playbook Tyrant.
Oh, no, that's an early exit for one of the consistent.
I'm not so sure if they
five.
used up their respawn pods just yet, so let's take a look later on. But that was actually Execration being extra aggressive. Beta Esports here as well.
All of them.
Yep. Squad number 7 is over there. They're actually going to try to go for it.
With vehicles.
Yep,
That's how confident they are.
They're trying to go for the shields either on the motel or over here on this area. There's a couple of resources here, so they might actually go in for...
Well,
Wait,
might
actually,
be
they
some
don't.
flower. Might be some flower.
They're going to go straight for Execration's turf. And actually, I don't see Execration in the vicinity.
Yeah, they might be doing their
Yeah, they might
job,
be
moving
doing-
around the neighborhood, checking everyone, but NBE once again spotted. PVT. And this might be a
Oh, there's
problem. And there you
Execration.
go. There's your top ones, as Execration might be going up against NUXL. And mind you, NU Complex doesn't have Ben God
Yeah,
mode right
I was
now.
gonna point that out. It's I actually thought it was Ben Gamma. It was Pepai. Gum mode here, stepping up for NUXL, but we see Blue
This is a bad
going in.
news. Oh, EMP shock in the middle of Dream members, but they are still running in absolute gravity. The gravitational
down.
EMP,
Roby's low as well.
and that's gonna be absolute decimation. As even Pepai will be spending his life. Ryota, more kills. Execration, 15 kills early on.
And we still have 9 squads left, and Execration still making sure that everyone within their vicinity are taken out, or at least they get to loot, because that's something that they didn't do
Yeah.
in map number 2, and now this is their turf. They're willing to do that extra engage, but NUXL, they're still up here. We see as well Beta Esports in the vicinity, and squad number 4 as well, but NUXL, it's only Sean Sanity here.
Yeah, and that's gonna be
Oh,
it.
no.
As might be TZ. The
drops up.
last
He drops
member. Oh, no chance to
He's jumping,
survive.
jumping.
Sansanity, is he really that insane to escape the members of Beta? But
actually got
that's gonna
TZ
be
now.
it. They are eliminated. An early exit for NU Complex. One of the respective teams is out for map 3.
Okay, Beta Esports, just after they're trying to recover from that, you see the damage from Tofu. I think he got in the newest gun that we have.
Yeah,
That replaced
MG7
the MG7. They replaced the Rhino.
He got also the armor all out of them. It means that the supply drop was in their hands.
And they did get a defender as well. So you see them getting in this area, just sniping everyone that they see. Can you imagine this in the turf of Execration?
And this is a big problem because Beta, they are well stacked and Execration might be
Execration's over
closing
there
in.
too.
Oh no, this will be a big problem. It might be sandwich position for Beta.
They're
But still-
huddled in the same area.
Oh yeah.
Blackfire as well in the Sunflower shopping mall. So Execration just took a
Oh,
walk, but Beta
someone
Esports.
shot at the back of Exe.
Yep, there's okay, Execration from the back. The map. We're zooming out. Actually, it's maybe shots from squad number 8, but
Oh,
the
yeah,
scans are coming
might be.
through. Beta taking in some damage from Execration, but here's the supply drop right in the middle of Beta and Execration. But hold that thought, we have Blackfire as well in the vicinity. I think Beta might actually try to go over towards their side, choosing the lesser evil.
This is the rematch. Remember, at
Yep,
the
yep,
last
yep.
circle from map 2,
Map 2.
they are the ones. The B versus B. BVB. Are they going to commit? They know the supply drop is
Yep,
there.
yep, yep.
And Blackfire needs this upgrade. One member is still on. Everyone. 2 members are still on the green armor. And St. Cloud is already out for the count. So they might not be feeling confident right now against Beta.
Yep, this is Blackfire. I don't think it's only Tofu that has the level 5 armor, so they aren't as confident as Beta to make in the place, but at least Tofu here has been doing his job, taking pot shots from the Sunflower shopping mall. So again, Execration, we see them camping it out there, making sure that they don't go near the mall, let Blackfire and Beta take each other out,
Obnoxious.
but yep, Obnoxious is coming from the bridge. We have NB Monarchy as well behind Execration.
Oh, that might be the shot that we saw onto the flank.
They actually went around. So that was that was the squad taking shots at Execration.
Yeah, and definitely Blackfire still keeping in check the Beta. And same as them, B1 and B2 just standing poising at each other as Obnoxious going up against NBE. And NBE playing the low ground to respect Execration's position at the construction site.
Oh, this is difficult for Obnoxious, right? If you cross the water, there's Execration. If you cross the bridge, there's NB Monarchy. But again, I think if you're going to be choosing, it might be easier to go up against NB Monarchy since they don't have that much cover.
Yeah, and this will open a lot of opportunities for Execration to upgrade their armors once they eliminated Obnoxious or even NBE. And with how this standoff still there, I'm not sure if this is a good opportunity for for the
for all the teams here, right? I
for
think
the B2. I mean Beta and
yeah.
Blackfire.
Blackfire, they're both letter
Sorry
Bs.
about that.
But I think the biggest question here is whoever starts the fire here for Execration and Obnoxious as well as NU Complex, they will have to face either Blackfire or Beta.
Yeah, this is a very tricky
If they manage to take out Execration, right?
I
If
mean,
they manage to.
Either way, it is really a tricky situation, and it feels like we have a rat as FPC.
Pacific
no,
Zone, yeah. They
No.
only have 2, right?
I believe 3.
2
There's
or
no
3. They're
movement.
not complete. I'm pretty sure they're not
Yeah,
complete.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it is going to be, again, numbers advantage is going to be a thing. So we might actually...
2 onto the vehicles and 1 by foot, so it might be 3.
Oh, okay, might be... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay,
There we
what a
go.
good position right now. But Blackfire, they want this choke point. They want these easy points. Not of a good upgrades from squad number 9.
They're willing to actually traverse the water to take down Pacific Zone.
Because Beta is in front of
Yep,
them.
yep.
They don't have any choice.
Better to take down Pacific Zone
For
first,
extra
who is...
points.
Yes, they are
They're
playing
going
with
to
the zone.
cross. Oh,
They are
the
gonna go for it.
punish. As once again, the Nostradamus of our generation reading is like a book and making sure that Blackfire is going to take Pacific Zone. They are being zoned out by the gunboats, by the fires,
There's still 2 though.
and Wazoo.
Oh, another one
the
down.
next target. And whoa, they're still not clearing.
Yep,
Toshiro
Toshiro.
is still there.
Are they gonna try to eliminate them?
Or
you
a
know?
different team is going to eliminate
Yeah,
Toshiro.
I mean, even
That's a
if they
tough
do
spot.
detour,
Yeah.
this is so difficult.
Oh,
for
there it is.
He's in between
was
2.
able to cross.
I think he has the Wasteland hovercraft.
Yeah.
The Wasteland hovercraft. Oh wait, no, I think
deja vu.
Blackfire. He's trying to get the revives. I think he's trying to get the revives. I think there's one that was taken down there, so he can still get it. But Blackfire is making sure that Pacific Zone. Toshiro, you're gonna have to rat your way out of this. And again, this is only 1 man. They might actually try to close it.
Oh,
Toshiro.
blinding mark, and they know even using the EMP
Jumping
shock
in,
to
and
push them
he's
away.
down.
But of course, that's the last 5 teams as the rat is being eliminated. No Pacific Zone into our top 5.
We still have, of course, Execration, Blackfire, Beta Esports are top teams in the top 5 here. We can't count out the rest just yet, and it's been such a long stalemate. We see Beta. Execration spotting them
it will
from
explode.
Oh, this is the annex of the Sunflower Shopping Mall, pretty much still their turf. NB Monarchy as well in the vicinity. They might actually pull off for a surprise up against Execration, who's right there in the middle, and they're not making a move just yet.
Oh no, this is bad. The construction site is being surrounded as the edge runners or the edge players. They are under the nose of Execration. Oh! Obnoxious Duda. They're moving Ray.
Yep, Execration, they have such a good position.
there you
Kind of
go, Hale.
advantage point.
After exploding
Yep.
the Blazing Infantry, he needs to go by foot. And he is away with the team because he's trying to flank. He's trying to create diversion, and they don't have any choice. But you can see Obnoxious just hugging the walls.
Execration right there in the middle, and they're just gunning everyone down. But there's Beta over on the other side.
2 members only of Beta?
Yeah, Hale was already down.
Oh, there's a third
there.
one.
Okay. TZ is still there. TZ is still there, but they have to face Execration. But they're 7 and 8 right behind Execration. And this is how you make sure to take down the kings of the South. And this is still pretty much their turf. They're going to go for the springboard. TZ,
Springboard, they
he
just
goes up.
They want to stay onto the rooftop.
Do
but
they know? Does Execration know that?
They definitely heard that. Definitely heard
There's the
that.
scans.
Good scan for them. And TZ
How
just
will
playing.
he approach the situation though? He can take down 7 or NB Monarchy, but how will you take down Execration?
No chance to really give of an attention to Execration. But I believe that they just want to survive.
Oh, but
and
7, they're going into NB Monarchy!
7 and 8 as the countdown started. EMP shot from the side, but you can see TZ, he wants that juicy score. He wants to go for a third party, but 1 is already down. They might be closing in. They might be going in for Execration. Uses the hologram guide, but guided to death as the Execration played onto the rooftop. We got the high ground. They got the EMP shock, shocking everyone right now.
Round
And
is
even
out!
Round
Beta is out!
eliminated. It's top 3 right now. 3 teams being left. Who's going to win it all? 22 points coming in from Execration.
Oh my god, this is going to be so deadly if Execration manages to win this last map and NB Monarchy. They're not gonna let up here. Execration has to leave that tower because the circle, it is probably the smallest that we've seen. Second time that we've seen the smallest one close in. Last 3 squads here.
Someone is a rat. Remember, 3 members
Yep,
from
yep.
NBE. Who is still left out? Who's not?
It's Lexus.
Oh, okay. Obnoxious at the rooftop. EMP shock. No
Luki?
armors onto the side. It's time, Luki. It's time to go in. It's high noon as they are high flying.
Oh, no.
Going for the kill. The
It's
zone
now
is eating
Execration
them.
and
But
Monarchy.
Execration with the action with no protection. They're not going to stop anytime right now.
They're gonna
Come
go
to
in.
last team. Last one member to bag this kill. And that's going to be Execration with the back, not to back, but a win.
Back to back. I like that. But still pretty much a win and 2.
The
What?
kills that you're saying.
Is this for real, Execration? You know, okay, this is the thing why we've been highlighting where Execration is, what they are doing, because if they are able to get in what they need to get, this is what you see.
Yeah.
26 kills from Execration, close enough to that 30. And our MVP is none other than Mr. Skywalker himself, Luki.
Oh, may the force be with you, but
10
oh my
kills for
goodness.
Luki.
26 kills with everyone.
Oh my god, we just have to, you know, breathe in and breathe out. But actually, speaking of, even though Luki has the one that has the most kills, we see Blue
Yeah.
as well dealing the most damage here.
Yeah, and a really good setup for everyone. Is firing full cylinders, but it's just that it's. I mean, everyone is really on a position
Yeah.
to perform.
Exactly, because it's the knockout, right? You need the points.
Yeah.
And speaking of a team that has been performing well, Playbook Tyrants, surprisingly, they are the second
And
earliest to get out of
Yeah,
eliminated rather, and it's still Execration still having that podium
Yeah.
finishes a back not to back for Execration, and that's still a feat. The first back not to I mean, no, it's not the first back not to
And
back.
yeah, as what you've mentioned, early exits, even Blackfire had a tough time.
Yeah, yeah.
Beta are winners from map 2, sitting on top 4. It's fairly gonna have a hard time even pushing themselves back. And we highlighted this a while ago, Blackfire against Execration with the map 3 decider with 26 kills and finishing it at the top 1. Definitely Execration will win this all.
Yeah, this is the map again closing down side. Again, we did not jinx anything. We
Yeah.
didn't say where it was gonna close, but it
The
closed
predicts.
again in the bottom side near where Execration was, and we see them actually being a little bit more aggressive here. They were willing to leave the Sunflower shopping mall, right? But speaking of leaving, speaking of the game, speaking of Execration, of course, let's take a look at the highlights here, Osiris, for game number 3, map number 3. Once again, it is the Kings of the South, Execration.
you have witnessed the Kings of the South execrations montage. No, that's the highlight of the
That's
game.
the highlight
That's
of
map
the
3 for you. And remember, that's Group A of the knockout stage. And with no questions asked, it is execration delivering the last blow and cementing themselves. Might be punching their ticket to the
Yeah.
top 30 teams.
Yeah, and they've been consistent at doing that because sometimes consistency is just the key. Right, the consistency is a key for execution, and I'm surprised at how they managed to be this consistent.
Yeah.
Right, we've talked to them, we've actually interviewed them a couple of weeks ago, right? So it's like, what's the secret? Eating more, or is it like, yeah? So execution, I think it's also a factor that they've been, playing together for a while. Plus, they actually did mention it in the interviews that they've been doing like so they actually don't grind together.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty interesting. And speaking of not grinding together, it just showcases the personal individual skills of these players. And of course, it is none other than Luke Skywalker here as the MVP for execution.
And the Force did favor him as the young Padawan right now is showing that he is ready to beat the Jedi Master as they are pushing the boundaries of being the top one and breaking barriers of their kills, racking up more points, and with that whopping 10 kills.
10 kills and, well,
With
not a
him.
whole lot of damage, but that is actually what Luki is good with, right? Making in those precise kills. And like what you mentioned, he's going to be a Jedi Master once again. And this is the alternate universe wherein Luke Skywalker actually became a capsuler in Farlight 84.
Yeah,
He's doing well.
The bad guy.
Yeah, the good side, right?
Yeah, just playing Farlight,
Yeah,
enjoying, and definitely execration. As we are just waiting also for the rankings.
Yeah.
This is entirely exciting. Early exits from the staple teams,
Yes.
from the performing teams, how good or how high they are with their points. But definitely it's execution sitting on the top one comfortably. But however, the other teams will be fighting teeth to teeth as there's a chance for them to play on the top 30 for the semis.
Yep, and I think you did mention that execution might have already cemented their place here, and that's pretty exciting, right? Because we're just the knockouts, we've already seen execution, and now even the other teams as well that have performed very well in this particular knockout stage. We got, of course, Beta as well as NRX Blackfire that
Yeah.
surprisingly caught up almost to execution.
Yeah, and also NU Complex. We already saw
that
them
too.
with their own shining moments, but it feels like we don't have Ben God mode.
Yeah, it's-
And you also mentioned that a Duckside player has been rising in our plays. But right now, kind of missing one of that Duckside member, which is Ben. And kind of had a hard time for Pepai and the squad to put themselves back onto the board. And that's how close the fights are into our knockout stage. Who's going to get knocked out? Because we already saw how grim the situation for other teams.
Yep, and speaking of NU Complex, I do want to highlight a bit of Ben and Pepai.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a different play style for Pepai and a different play style for Ben God mode. So it really varies
Yeah.
on who, right? That will be in the team.
Be in
it
the
will,
God mode.
Yeah, and I think it's a different mix, I think,
Yeah.
for a lot of the squads, right?
Yeah, but let's go for a while, chill, and listen to our interview with our stellar team winners.
Ang hari ng mga insan.
Oh, mix mga insan.
Kumusta mga insan?
Walang pagkain si Sato ngayon ah.
Oh, hello. Naririnig niyo ba kami?
Wala kayong mic ah.
Oh, di namin kayo marinig. Naku.
Wala kayong mic. Hindi namin kayo dinig.
Okay, sige, wait
Ah,
lang.
sige. Ayan, may pagkain na si Sato. Sabi niya, ito po yung pagkain ko.
Ako nakakaintindi naman ako ng side language.
Ayan.
Medyo nag-ano muna
Ano
sila.
lang, magre-recon lang sila.
Pero congratulations sa execution ha. Habang hinihintay natin sila. Ito, teka.
Yan, wala pa po.
Ano yung kinakain yan?
Chocolate ba yan?
Parang Cloud9
KitKat
yata yan.
KitKat ba yan? Wala pa rin, wala pa rin. Oh, sige, wait
Sige lang, wait
okay
lang.
Okay lang. Oh, sign language mo lang, okay lang.
Liprid eh.
Oo.
Galing tayo mag-liprid eh.
Bakit kaya si Virus laging nakatago sa likod ng ng Celia?
Siba? Oh, yan.
Ayan. Oh, sige, ayusin niyo
Habang
muna yan,
inaayos
mga
mo na yung
insight.
audio. Nakikat nga yun.
Tama, oh.
Having no mics means they broke their own with how powerful they are. They might be shouting a lot with how clutch the moments are, especially at map 2.
Yeah, and there was a lot of moments too that even us, we were pretty I mean, I'm pretty sure Execration fans out there, you like holding your seats already. I mean, we were holding
Yeah.
well, we were standing up with all the action that was going on.
Yeah.
And Execration, again, we do have to hear from them, Osiris. So let's throw it back to our Tagalog casters.
Yan na. Execution.
Ayun!
Ayun na! Rinig na!
Okay na.
Hello po.
Saya nila.
Oh.
Hello! Una sa lahat, anong question mo?
Hindi ako, mag-congratulate muna ako. Congratulations dun sa magandang performance sa Group A. Ang katanungan ko lang ay, ito na nga, ang paghahanda na meron kayo heading into the knockout stages at pwede na nating sabihin na may 4 points na kayo papunta sa next round So ano naman yung paghahanda para sa next round?
Ano lang po, grind pa rin po hanggang mamatay.
Yan din talaga yung sinabi nila last week eh.
Grind talaga.
So hanggang ngayon nandito. Medyo dark eh. Uy, wag naman ganun
Ay, sorry
And eto, wag ganun. Tanong ko lang, so syempre given na nagpa-practice kayo ng ng Farlight, apart from that, ano ba yung bonding ng team?
Ayun.
Ay ano po, na lagi po kami kumakain sa labas, lagi po kami mangunguta, tapos ililista po namin pangalan ni Mamita. Tapos yun lang po. Masaya na po kami doon.
Food trip pa rin talaga.
Oo nga. Ito, about sa game naman, map number 1, si Virus ang nakakuha ng pinakamataas na score. Habang si Luki ay wala masyadong contribution dahil medyo sila doon
Namatay
sa
siya
outside the
agad.
zone. Pero nung map number 3 naman, si Luki naman yung naging MVP. Siya naman yung may 10 kills. Paano ginagawa ng Execration yun? Bakit parang lahat sa inyo pwedeng uminit anytime?
Ay ano po kasi kami, individually po, malakas po talaga. Tapos yun po, depende po sa laro kung ano po yung init nila. Basta hinahayaan lang namin kung ano po laro nila. Labas lang nila yung talent.
Yung alam mo yung kaya mo ng 1v2. No? So nakakampante dun sa kanilang mga skills. And last question.
Pwede.
Given na kayo na yung nasa taas, meron pa ba kayong team na kinatatakutan or dinodoble nyo yung effort kapag alam nyong sila yung makakalaban?
Meron naman po, NCG po. Yung mga tropa namin. Oh, shoutout sa inyo, pre!
Sila pa, shoutout!
Tropa din palang NCG. So, Execration. Shake hands
Oo,
talaga.
sinoutout nila last week yun, yung buo. Sila Pavi, lahat, sinoutout yan nila Blue.
Yun na.
Oo.
Pero yun na nga, bago tayo matapos sa interview namin kayo na pagkakataon na i-shoutout ang inyong mga fans na hindi nawala sa comment section. Nakita natin, dami ng support.
Mainit din.
So yan, kayo na bahala. Shoutouts mga mga insan.
Hello po, shoutout po sa Execration Management, kay na Mamita, Mami G, Clarice, Boss B, Boss Beo, Boss Ate Clarice, Mami G, Boss Yulo, sino pa? Boss Jam, sino pa? Lahat po na Execration, tapos yun, sa mga tropa dyan, alam nyo na yan.
Alam niyo na kaya, mga insa! Congratulations! Execration, kayo ang inyong hari para sa Group A.
They might be fierce inside the Sunset City, but they are lovable persons outside as they are giving shoutouts with SR Nakage as still a threat for them.
Yeah, a lot of people actually respect SR and Nakage and even are inspired by SR and Nakage. They've built top caliber teams just like Execration and follow their footsteps. So it's just so heartwarming to see that from Execration. And honestly, there isn't a time that I haven't seen Execration eating whenever they have it. I think that's how they relax.
I mean, at Farlight 84 Philippines Cup, we love our food. We love eating here.
Unfortunately, we can't do that here.
I mean, yeah. After broadcast, we have our own dinner time, and yeah, you make sure to grab your food. Also, as how intense mobile has been, in a few moments, we might be heading onto the PC. And with the interview, going back to the interview, is that they just do their own thing. I mean, the Tagalog casters was able to ask them, how come that every members can be impactful at any given time? Right?
Yeah, they also asked how, let's say, Luki was eliminated early in map 2, and then he was able to be an MVP, right? So how do they do that? And they're just like, just do what they usually do, and they make it work.
Yeah, it feels like they don't need to micro out themselves and just play, and that's how their synergy is being felt. Because they know how to complement each other's weakness, and it feels like no one wants to overheat. They respect the shot calls, they respect the decision as a squad, and we don't see them overcommitting at any given time, right? And right now, they are not the only winners, because you can also win with our code. Make sure to get that knockout FPC, and it's diamonds.
I told you guys. There was a gold, diamonds now. So that's 30 diamonds for the first 1,000 viewers. So be sure to type that code knockout FPC. I think that's case sensitive, so be sure to take a screen cap, send it to your friends, let them know that watching Farlight 84 Philippines Cup also gets you these goodies.
Yeah, wins goodies, and good enough for you to push even further your battle pass. And make sure to get your own battle pass, because you have those raffle tickets to use and win those juicy jetpacks, decorations, and even the Cinda. So make sure to snag your battle pass, and it also includes diamonds inside, so you can recycle into the future if you wanted to use it again.
There's a cashback.
Technically,
that's the word.
Diamond back.
Diamond back for you guys. So that was 50 diamonds. So 450 more to get you that battle pass, to be precise.
Also, if you don't want to, you can use it also to roll some skins, especially for the gun. I believe that was Invader, that looks like an alien type of a concept.
Yeah, if you like that sort of thing,
it has a death effect. Like when someone is down, it feels like it's a glowing, like, I don't know, UFO type of thing.
Like that. If you like that, I think there's gonna be a whole lot more Farlight 84 is gonna release. And I think apart from watching FPC, you guys can also be content creators. Yeah, Farlight 84 wants you guys to be a content creator, and you guys can get a chance to snag those diamonds as well. So be sure to follow Farlight 84 and also check our social media for more updates as well.
Yeah, that's Farlight 84, and definitely check us out for more information, details, surprises, updates, and of course announcements. When is it gonna be for the LAN event?
Oh yeah, we haven't.
Where is it? I know it's 21st and 22nd, but where, right?
Yeah, where? So better be sure to book your tickets already for because we've heard like other PC players, speaking of that, because they're gonna be coming up real soon, right?
Yeah.
The dedication from the players, like I think it was last week or a couple of weeks back that we've heard some interviews that the players, I think it was Jenny the God from Nitrox, that traveled 2 hours just to play Farlight 84, and what made it so much more fulfilling is that they won that particular map, so that was totally worth it.
I mean, the things you do for your passion, right?
We all know that.
Burger King understands a lot of that.
I think it's if you love something, right? If you love something, you're willing to
at least it's something, not someone, right?
Yeah. Something. At least it's something. At least it's a game here.
But yeah, let's see who's going to be the top one with the team rankings. Once again, no questions asked, as we know, it's Execration on 94 points. Almost 100. And the next one to be sitting beside the Kings is NRX Blackfire with 58 points.
You know what? Apart from the overall points, I have to point out the damage of execration because that is like twice or thrice, like combined
Oh
like
my
3
goodness.
teams. That's the total damage that execration has. So,
Yeah.
wow, who can stop execration? It's just, I think, it's just the zone. The last resource.
the zone
Or
that ate
aiming it.
them.
Yeah, or outmaneuvered, right? I don't think that's the only
Losing
way.
the back-to-back.
Yeah, well, it's a back not to back.
potential.
Back not to back.
It was supposedly a back-to-back-to-back potential, but Beta is still there. NBE and Obnoxious, and PBE Tyrant is after Obnoxious. So with the points being well distributed after execration, fairly close. I believe that was 2 points only with Beta and NBE.
Yep.
We might be seeing those teams on the top 30. But of course, our social media, make sure to follow us, give it a like, a subscribe, or anything, as long as you are uploaded to us. You got YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitch.
Yeah, I want to highlight too, apart from execration, right? Because obviously they're going to be on top. The rest too. I think it's going to be such a tight match between those the teams that at least placed in the top 5 or top 6 because their points are not that far apart from each other. So this is going to be really exciting. There's going to be a whole lot more action here, Osiris. But for now, we're going to catch our breaths and of course go to a short break. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
terrifying power awakens in the dark. Machines driven by curiosity, becoming cold-blooded killers. Everything must end. Even with new technology upgrades making us faster, stronger, we're still no match for the bloodthirsty machines. But the story isn't over yet. A genius engineer just came onto the scene.
I feel the power, I'm just counting the hours. My inner beast is ready to feast. Competition devoured. You ready? This is the moment. How bad do you want me? Put your arm, you'll never fall against any opponent. This is my life. Hit him down for the fight. Hit him left and then right. He's on my light. His mind and right. His time to fight. Watch your learn. Keep it steady right now. I'm a legend. I'm ready right now. Once I get it lit, one great. I was made for this. They say
Rescue en route. No turning back now. Kill directive initiated. Eliminated.
One's enough.
The truth always comes out.
Play a game or mash.
Out of the way!
great. I was made for this. Legendary.
Thanks for stopping by. Mission complete.
They all telling me I'm dope now. I'ma teach you a thing or two. I gotta take over the world. What is greatness mean to you? Great, I was made for this. It's time to make 'em pay for this. You don't have to wait. Save for the fate. Great, I was made for this. I was made for this. you a two. She was looking in my eyes cause she wanna be my boo. All these strippers on the low, got me tripping in the stew. If they try to get a bag, then they might have got the loot. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. If you flashing all the guns on your life, you a joke. You a joke, never body, you never ever know. You be pressing on the shooter who be lacking in the soul. You a joke.
Lucinda's trade is only open to the first buyer who arrives. Capsulers, fight for your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Come in last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off. Precision bombing. One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard. Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once.
Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
And we are back for more Farlight action here at Farlight 84 Philippines Cup. And once again, we are back. The duo Osiris and Burger King.
I like how you mentioned that because that's actually my intro. in some of the shows that I host.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Still esports related.
Yeah.
So, It's exactly like that. So I was like, I'm not
I
so
think
sure.
it's because I watch some of your content.
Oh.
I'm a supportive friend, so
Thank you. So I should also like all. I've been liking all of your posts. I've been a
I don't
supportive
post
friend
a
too.
lot, but
He posts a lot of updates though about Farlight. So that's how I get some
And
information too about the teams.
most of the keyboards.
Yeah. Because we're
Keyboard.
already. Oh yeah, it's already
Eh,
PC.
Yes, that's why we are heading on with the mouse and keyboard with more PC action. We already witnessed with 4 weeks of solid play, solid gameplays, and established names. This time, it's time for the knockouts for the PC division.
Oh, this is gonna be a different tempo also. We always talk about
Yeah.
this. Mobile and PC, very different. I think even in the meta of which guns to pick up, I think for PC, there was a time that, snipers, because
Yeah.
you can be a bit more precise, right, with the mouse
Yeah.
and keyboard. So snipers were a thing, and now there was also a time that defenders were also such a big key here. And I think the new gun, the MG7,
Yeah.
yeah, make sure I said it right. MG7 is going to be a big factor here as well, knowing that a lot of the players are very comfortable with this. They've come from all around, like all esports titles, and eventually, converging here to Farlight 84. And I'm sure they've come in with plenty of experiences. So I'm seriously looking forward. Lots of good names here in our PC knockout stage. So
Yeah. And as what we've mentioned, MG7 kind of changed the pace of the supply drop, because Rhinos has been the go-to because of the one-hit factor. After removing it on a third slot, it was given as a primary or secondary weapon. it's not just, I believe it was made to destroy vehicles, but it
Used to one shot.
I mean, yeah, it receives a buff, and then from there on, it is used as a one shot. I mean, I think they need to tone it down. Like for the first shot, yes, instant broken armor, understandable. But with the HP, they kind of need to be more, let's say, nerfed.
Yeah, I
Because
understand. Yeah.
it's hard to play with the Rhino and removing the explosive factor, but we are loving MG7 as we saw most of the teams making it work.
Yeah, I think the mag size too is a big thing as compared to
Yeah.
the Rhino. It's very different, but the way when it's reloading, the MG7 just really takes so much more time. Like whereas the Rhino, if you aim it right, I think I have to go back to the play that Dean did.
Yeah.
Like one-shotting the Nao's esports mobile division in one fell swoop with the Rhino. So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, that was just so nasty for the past few weeks. And up
Yeah.
until now, I love how teams are utilizing new strategies, new metas. So I don't know about PC because mobile we've seen the standard, the Lucindas, of
Yeah.
course the Cyphers, and the PC. Last week we've seen a lot of Maggies. after the
Yeah,
PC.
because of the maneuverability, they are comfortable on how well they are dashing in and out of the fight. But here's the qualified teams for today. Now Esports, team to watch out: Powerhouse, Fanboy, Hollow, All-Star Race, Paragons, Modern X, Lethal, Kaizen, Vortex Farm, Digital Devils, ISIB, Ace Miracle, Gen, Tyrant, in Euro,
Yep,
and
Heavens.
Heavens. Yeah.
A lot. ESB2. We have CSN Next Move and Hollow X. So they're interesting.
The brothers.
Yeah, the sister organizations, pretty much like Vagabonds,
Yeah.
VBS and VB2, all playing in the same group. Plus, I actually thought initially that was Mugen Fatal. Looking at it first, right? It's the same combination, M and then Lethal. So I actually thought it was that. So we have DD here. I'll have to highlight DD, of course, now as esports. Fanboy, and of course Hollow, that has performed very well in the past few weeks, and going into the knockout stage, I'm pretty sure this is the time to just go all out. We've seen it in the mobile division, and now we're going to be heading to PC. So this is going to be nice and slow, I think, for PC. That's how I would describe it. And then once you get to the last few moments, that's going to be where it's explosive. Well, I mean, when has it ever not been chaotic?
Yeah, because remember that map 1 is a bit of a shaking off the rust. And then from there on, you pick up the pace, getting interesting from map 2 and an explosive map 3 indeed. And as what you've mentioned, Maggie has been one of the comfortable agents here, or champions, or let's say heroes.
Yep.
Because how good Maggie in terms of mobility, right? The maneuverability on how well it goes for the trades, even tactical role. It was a nerf with the distance. But the thing about the tactical role is the reload factor. So it adds a lot. And layering it down to the MG7, that's 80 bullets with 80 magazine capacity, 80 over 80. With one reload, you're going to have another 80 bullets. So you need to control the recoil, and with that one tactical roll with the reload, it kind of resets the recoil or the tempo of the MG7, so it definitely works.
Wow, that's of course the PC players for you guys, you know, utilizing the Maggie to its fullest potential, Osiris. But of course, before we see that all the action, before we see all those gameplays, we're super excited. But let's toss it first to a quick break. Be right back.
Ready your mouse and keyboard, as any moment we will be dropping at the knockout stage of Farlight 84 Philippines Cup PC Division. And what we mentioned, more teams. We saw the qualified teams and teams to watch out. Of course, top one Naos Esports.
But Naos Esports actually for the past few weeks, they either get taken down early on for some reason, like they're not able to rotate properly. That's what I noticed. So I'm not so sure about the knockout stage here, because I think it's a different thing if you say knockout stage.
Yeah.
As compared to like a regular week. Oh, obviously the teams are still gonna be taking it seriously.
Yeah.
But the knockout stage just brings you to another level. Like, oh no, it's
Like,
getting
the
real.
oh no factor.
Yeah, it's getting real.
Yeah, and how real it is, as how the gravity of getting those points. Yes, from the previous 4 weeks, we got Saturdays as the semis, and then the finals, wherein top 30 teams are trying to put themselves at the top of the boards. But this time, this is knockout stage. This is the only chance. We're going to erase all the 4 weeks of participation, and at this point, it's how you survive these 3 maps for only 1 shot.
Yeah, and speaking of that, this is the knockout stage. Pretty much like the mobile, we need to rack up the points here for the players. But I think that is going to be... I mean, the ones that have been on top for quite a while, they should be comfortable, but not comfortable enough to like drop real low, right?
Yeah.
So Naos Esports, going back to that, they've had a very rough few weeks, right? We haven't seen them place in the podium. Either they still do finish at least 5 or 6, but never in the podium recently. So I'm not so sure what changed. Is it like the meta, or is it the guns? Maybe they're more used to the previous meta, wherein there was a lot more, I think the sniper and then maybe like a Jupiter combo, but now it's more of like a lot of defenders, a lot of MGs. So it's different this time.
Yeah, it's different this time, but I believe that they are also participating with community tournaments, and they are finishing as the champions.
Yep.
So would really understandable the difference between the community and how the bars are being pushed up even further by FPC, because this is the competitive scene, this is the majors, and with the prize pool that we saw a while ago, definitely you want it to be even more serious or raise higher your skill cap. And I think that's where now is still trying to figure out the ins and outs, as there's so many teams to really highlight from PC Division. Also is Powerhouse Fanboys that in before they are...
I think they were Fanboy
the
before,
Fanboys,
and then they actually
acquired by
Powerhouse, so
so
it's Powerhouse Fanboy. And the first few weeks, I actually remembered a lot of rat plays.
Yeah.
Consistent rat plays by Fanboy, and they actually finished podium doing that. So I think it's a bit, again, it's different now. Knockout stage, so I think it's gonna be difficult to do a rat strat. So I think the teams will definitely go all out. Apart from Powerhouse Fanboy, we also have Hollow.
Yeah,
and these
Hollow.
are I call it Hollow Empire here in the English stream, because they've
I'm learning
pretty much like
I'm learning
Execration.
a lot of English.
Yeah, that's kind of the moniker I wanted to give them, because they're pretty much like Execration. They've solidified their grasp on Sunflower Shopping Mall, and of all around, like the Heart Island, the construction site.
Yeah.
So I guess it just goes to show they're comfortable with the area. So they could be the Execration here in this. I mean, honestly, I'm still not over the points from the... It's crazy. It's really
how
crazy.
how close from map 1 to, and then a landslide finish to 3. It's kind of hard to move on at this point. But apart from Hollow, 2 teams that I wanted to push also into our storyline is Digital Devils.
Yeah, Digital Devils.
One of the teams also might be the dark horse of PC Division, and Modern X Lethal.
Ooh,
So I believe they also have good performance, but with them having in a one group, this might be a solid start for our knockouts in PC division.
Yeah, speaking of DD, I actually had the luxury of interviewing
Oh yeah.
Digital Devils, and it's surprising. Like when I asked them, so did you expect to reach this far, to be an FPC? They're like, okay, they were just playing casually,
Yeah.
and they didn't like they were good.
Yeah.
They were good, but they didn't expect to
As
be
like
in
the
a
good
stage.
good.
Yes, like in a stage like this, competing with the best of the best. So being here is already a feat, but obviously they want to win it all, take it all, and of course, learn from the other teams as well along the way. So it's so nice to see this, right? Because you dived a little bit into community tournaments.
Yeah.
So it is already branched out to this, like being, casually playing, then going to community tournaments, and then being in the professional stage. So it just goes to show how far Farlight 84 has reached already in the past few months.
Yeah, and the growth itself that what we've witnessed, we are still pushing even further on how the teams are still adapting, on how they are feeling the meta right now, or their new discoveries, because as what we saw a while ago from mobile division, it feels like there's nothing new. They just play in their own pace. They pick the heroes or the ones that they are just comfortable with. So no funny businesses inside the mobile. So I'm still waiting if PC will be delivering that, as we receive a buff on to Bow. But still, with one dash, you can just let's say dodge all of those buff in one quick press. So kind of not the high risk, high reward, or something that a Bow main can enjoy, being escaped with his bombs. So still a long way to go for a Bow, but the Duck side is seeing a lot of attention. Defense heroes.
Defense is good, right?
Yeah, they were given additional HPs.
Plus
Captain
the shield can actually move now, as
Yeah,
compared to before.
exciting.
Yeah, I had to do that because it
Yeah.
looks like that. You can move, because before it's just that you can't really rotate it. So
Yeah.
pretty much it is not really that
At least
useful,
now
yeah.
it's 360.
Yeah, 360. So at least you can move. Plus the wrecking duck ball also is a big factor. But we have not yet seen that. We haven't seen that in the PC, the mobile division. So PC might be a different thing, but definitely I can say the Maggie will be a big factor again, because they need that additional movement speed, right? I think PC players love to play around with that. We see the crazy jetpack plays.
Yeah.
So that might actually be a thing here. But anything else that you want to see, actually?
I mean, I really want to see new flavors, but it feels like it has been still young. That is also being respected with the divulge, and considering the blinding mark adds a lot
It's a
of
big
utility and value to the pick, and kind of counters a Sunil with the hologram guy because he got the cleanse. So definitely adding even more factor, and of course one of the let's say heroes that got a springboard. So from there on, let's see, is there any chance that we might discover a new hero? Or is it gonna be 0 to hero players right now at the knockout stage round 1 for the PC division?
Wow, cut right in the middle. I think this is one of the first few times
Like
I've
a
seen.
Beef Wellington.
Yeah. Oh, I would love that right now. But we have to see who gets the pick of the litter. Looking at the bottom side.
Your execration hollow. It might be a
see?
powerhouse fanboy. You're giving them a visit.
Yeah, and the now is actually going to be having that space all to themselves there on top. So that's going to be actually them having that safe spot in Power 3. But over onto Sunflower Shopping Mall, I am not so sure about Fanboy here. We've seen Fanboy actually take the outskirts, but never Sunflower Shopping Mall. So let's see how they will try to contest the Hollow Empire. Here on top now is esports starting it out real strong, and they really are getting a lot of the resources here. And this is a good start because most of the time in the previous weeks, we've seen a lot of teams actually try to go up against Naus early on.
Yeah, and Naus right now, they're just having the comfort of no invaders at the Power 3 station. And I believe the Hallow are respecting the visit from Fanboys as they settled from the compound onto the side, and might be rotating in at the outer parts of the map. Mansion will be the next one but a possible encounter at Nova Planetarium.
Ooh, this is quite surprising. I
Not
actually.
even Mansion.
Okay, so they might actually
They
just go
skip-
straight to. Are they gonna go straight to Planetarium or maybe even the Heart Island?
Oh, Halo
This
X.
This is actually surprising for Hollow. Yeah, okay, sorry, I got confused. That was Hollow X.
Yeah. Now it's Halo X.
Yeah, Hollow X. And they might actually go up against 5, but I think again, these PC players are so careful in the start, right?
Yep.
They're always nice and slow, and then they always love getting in the resources first because honestly, it's not so good to go up against the early engage, wasting your respawn pod. So
Oh no. This might be a big
Surprise.
problem to them, considering that 2 of their members doesn't have any armors. And a really bad start
yeah,
from Holo X. But
Paragons over on the side. Oh no, this is such a sticky situation for Hollow X. They don't have anything, but they want to get the loot. How can they go in? Oh my goodness.
Just trying their luck right there. But once again, the respect from Paragons, as I believe that's only 2 members. And the other 2 is already at Sanctuary Tower. So it means that they got the numbers game and will push away members from Paragons getting those resources, and this might be equal distributed to well-equipped other members from Holo X and Paragons, just enjoying also this side and much closer to the circle.
This is exactly how I would like to start a game. Very nice
Chill,
and quiet.
very chill.
And I think a lot of these teams are respecting each other as well, right? They're not going for the overcommitment, right? Wasting in a lot of the resources. We talked about now having the early clashes with some squads, and we actually see squad number 6 right over at the outskirts of Power 3 Station. And now it's esports, just gonna head over there, but 10 and 9 actually. Tyrant on this spot, making sure that squad number 10 aren't able to go in.
Yes, and just trying to chill and wanted to make sure that they got the prior information. But you can see other members doesn't want to cross the bridge yet. They're trying to play it safely.
Yep. Tyrant Esports over at the corner, gunning all the vehicles before they could reach the Riverview.
Oh, Tyrant
Near
Inferno.
Riverview Park, yeah. They're gonna try to close in Chrome
Next
ZXC.
move. This next move. CSN next move.
What's their next move? Was it
Yeah.
actually to take the... Okay, I think they actually might just go for the loots here first, right?
As what you mentioned, a slow start, something that you want to chill, just getting resources, not having the confidence to be aggressive or just throw away your spawners. So teams right now, they're playing it safely and securing their own vehicles give them a lot of potential to round up.
Yeah, there's no kills just yet. I
Yeah.
haven't seen any.
Not
Wow.
even a single respawner.
No, none. So we've seen shots like that, but no one taken down just yet. Ooh, everyone's just gearing up for it. You can just feel it, right? When it starts out like this, it's gonna be absolute chaos. And I think what teams are doing here is just, of course, respecting that they need to get in the items that they need. And now as esports again finds themselves here up against squad number 10. Squad number 5 is in the vicinity, but they have to face 10 first, who's right over here trying to get this area.
Oh, Blazing Infantry needs to transform, needs to bail out. And Yuri dropping those bullets onto the defender. It may be nerfed, but not in the hands of Yuri. Oh, still going at it, still going at it. I believe that with the low ground, it will give a lot of breather from next move. The 2-pack is too fast. He is in front right now with his Blazing Infantry, and we're seeing destroyed vehicles. A lot of breathing space for Naos this time, as even Squad 9, the Digital Devils, doesn't really want to join the fight.
Yeah, Kaizen and Fanboy here as well in a very long stalemate at their respective houses.
It's just one street,
Yeah.
and no one's trying to cross.
I mean, this is the part wherein you just know that you have neighbors and
Yeah,
you've
you're
seen
saying
each
hi,
other, but
saying
you
hi, like,
never actually meet. It happens.
Smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave. And I mean, Kaizen doesn't really want to commit because they got the Tarantula, right? And Fanboys disrespecting, but the reload timer from the Tarantula will be punished right now. by
There's
Yunwo. EMP shock, but right there, it's off! The damage coming in from the defender, but right now the Uzi with a quick
Start.
reload coming in from Yunwo. Vision erosion and there no action, and that with the protection that they need. But still, the kill will be coming in, and this is what we're waiting for, but it's Stricto. It's strictly wanted to take down other members. 3 members from Kaizen are out as the last member, Buladas.
All alone there. They might just charge in. He's the only one left. The circle is also closing in. They're going for the chase. He's down.
Oh, no opportunity to escape. You're running into the zone, and that's not the safe zone. Still, they got respawners. They still got 11 squads, and no one got eliminated yet. Just few battles, skirmishes. But where are they going to drop? With only 11 squads, they have the freedom at the other POIs.
Kaizen, Sky, I think he's the only one here. And next move, they might actually find him. But he's all alone. Other members are actually moving out. So, Sky, you're in trouble here. He's dropping down.
He's trying to jump inside the gunboat. But this body is the one who's going to float as members from next move snags 1 kill. Other members from Kaizen, they are lost.
Yep, they're isolated as of the moment, and now next move is here in Carnival. I guess this is the best place to get in all the resources that you need.
Kaizen got
I'm
broke.
not so sure what happened there. Why they were isolated, right? And now
I believe
Tyrant.
that was the red zone. I believe that
the
was the
red
red
zone.
zone because they drop on the wrong spot. But Hollow X right now and Tyrant and Virno, still, they wanted to score with each other. Using the hologram guide, is this the time to commit? EMP shock, a bit of a short. Some reader from Hollow X, but they are getting crossed out as they are pushing in. Exas is still no kills, but right now Tyrant make that 2 and 3 as members from Hollow going down, no trades. They are still trying as James Yig and the other members opted for a clean up, and that's the first team to be eliminated.
Yeah, but now esports are closing into Tyrant here.
And aiming like a god.
He's
Goes inside. This is a raid, and James Yig, Maggie to Maggie. Aim zoom in and zooms out, but someone is down, and he is adding another kill into his hands. 3 kills coming in from Naos, and this is the battle at the edge of the zone.
This is aim you're talking about, and once he goes in,
God.
yeah, that was a Maggie versus a Maggie. And what better way to close it out than having a Maggie versus Maggie and aim taking them out there, forcing them to use the respawn still up. So after Now's esports closed in, did the cleanup work, they now get the full armor in the Riverview Park.
And that's the first circle only. Right? And considering how good Naos right now with the rotations, kind of favoring them with all of those upgrades. But fanboys, after the fight,
they are not letting go of the Tarantula as well.
They still wanted to bring the Tarantula around, trying to pull some strings over the cliff. Is it going to be enough to push out next move?
Next move has been a bit passive when it comes to the rotation. So we see them taking their time in an area, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes they get into an engage with other squads. And speaking of, we see squad number 2 over up on top. And squad number 7, I don't think that's going to be such a problem for them since they already took down Sky. But here on the other side, we have Hollow, Modern, and DD.
Oh, a 3-way fight might be coming in at the Irish Ranch. Modern, they are the first one to bring in themselves into the ranch, into the barn.
They can actually gun down Hollow before they come in.
They got the high ground. They got the high ground by Digital Devils. They are just standing in their foot. They don't want to mess with other teams right now, as I believe there's a skull on their minimap, means one less of a member from them. So it means Hollow got the numbers game. It's just that Modern got the position.
Yep, and this is a problem that we've seen several times. We're in. Somebody got the high ground. It was difficult to come in. So again, there's always that fight for position, and sometimes you see the teams trying to at least go into the middle. Karma?
Means one is waiting for revive. Means this is just
he's outside the zone. So I think it's difficult to do that as well, knowing that
Yeah.
there's other squads within the vicinity, right? So squad number 8, and this is the reason why Karma can't go in for the revive.
Yeah, and at the same time, Digital Devils, they already lost 1 member. So it means it's might be a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I think both of them are trying to go for the revive.
Yeah, but
they can't.
you can see AIM is close to Paragons, and Paragons needs to cross the bridge as well. There's no way that you're going to swim over that out in the open, and that's Iris Ranch being housed by Modern. So they know that the opening is there.
Yep,
They're just
Hollow as
being
well
patient.
ain't moving
Yeah.
from their position, right? And I actually saw AIM peeping
They got
there.
the barn, so
Yeah,
no
AIM was
problem.
like, oh yeah, they're over here, and then he drove all the way out. He's like
Yeah.
just giving information to his team. And he has been the one actually fronting so far in the past few weeks as well. He was the one who always charges in first, so I haven't seen AIM doing like the cleanup work. So it's a bit risky on the side of Naos, but we see Hollow as well. DD gunning them down, so this is a sticky situation to be in, knowing that most of the teams want to go for the complete squad before they go into the circle. But now, none of them can budge from where they are because there's a
but
lot
the
of eyes on
circle.
them. Hollow, though, they have to move out here. Modern's
Yes.
gunning them down.
Yes, but Digital Devils was able to snag 1 member from Hollow. This is bad news as Modern trying to be more lethal into their positioning, but Kaizen onto might be a receiving end or bailing out
I think they're moving out
Yeah,
of
to
the Irish
position.
Ranch, yeah.
at Power Tree.
They might move towards the north side, but again, a problem for Hollow. They have to
Oh,
move
they
out.
got
But
a supply
Naos?
drop.
Yeah, that's Naos you're talking about. Almost a full armor,
Oh.
and there they have to fight it out. And DD, they're low here.
Oh no, bad news is Hollow and DD. Who's going to go down first?
Oh.
But the zone ate up Karma and even Digital Devils. No one won as both of them has been eliminated, but
Astrid is
Astrid is
still
there.
up.
Okay.
Paragons is here though.
Paragons?
They know
This
he's
might be
there.
it.
Oh!
Oh, Astrid from Paragons to Paragon, as he is already eliminated. But what is the last member going to do? I believe Astrid and 1 member is still out there. Where it is going might be for a rat play.
The only one left here, and we see squad number 2 and 1. Over on the other side, they've been very, very close proximity. And now Paragons, they have this trouble again. How do we cross over? Because
Yeah.
All-Star is right there to greet them. And there's no safe
Ooh,
space
divulge.
for them because the circle is also going to be closing in. And Naos as well. They got the best of the best armor here for AIM. And you see him actually being isolated from his team.
Yeah.
Taking the initiative here, giving the information. But this might
Another drop for Naos?
Naos? How many drops did they? Twice already.
Yeah, that will be easy for them. Might be a double MG7 or even an Air Beast. And the Divulge being used by Paragons, I believe, against All-Star.
They're driving in. Paragons is driving
They are
in.
confident, but Tempest needs to refreshen their armors. And you know that around the Naos is there. So they kind of need to gamble. They need to make it or break it as the hologram guide and even a
they got the
blinding mark.
information.
The trades, but not going to commit. Dino still waiting for a go. But
Oh.
right now,
Say hello.
Maestro says hello indeed. That might be a goodbye to them. And as Body's starting to drop onto Fanboy
There's
against
EMP as
Kaizen.
well.
So it means that more teams might be rallying up to join this fight. But Larkashi, this Maggie, still doesn't want to go in. Playing onto the low ground. They don't need to overcommit. The zone is still there. They are inside the circle.
Bulldozer is also in.
Oh, Naos!
Naos
On their
win!
kill feed and in the drone cam, you can definitely see that they were able to
4
eliminate
knockouts instantly.
next move. We are on to the top 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5 in very close proximity. No one is just taking shots yet. And now Paragon, they have the troubles after crossing in the water. What do they do? How do they take down All-Star? But again, All-Star, they have to consider that squad number 6 is also going to close in on their area. So they have to make a move here. As there's a very, very long stalemate. Now it's esports 2 drops for them. But I think they lost 2 members. So it's Cosbang and AIM.
Or they might be sitting at the car because it's kind of hard to say because or they just at the side of the outside the camera, but Fanboy against Modern and then All-Star against Paragons.
So I think it's good for Naos as well to just, relax
Yeah,
first since they got
they already got what they need.
yeah, they got the best of the best, and all they need, I think at this point, all they need to do is just do the cleanup work, both sides.
Yeah, exactly. They don't need to overcommit. They don't need to overheat. They are inside a circle. They got all of the flamethrowers and also all of the armors. They just don't need to be shot out in the open, but it feels like the hunger for the kills or the points might be striking.
Oh, the circle is actually closing in on Naos Esports' favor. They're threading over onto the sides. And now we still have 5 squads in. They have to move through. And now Modern will be joining in the party. It's such a long stalemate between Paragon and All-Star. They might actually pull off a surprise here.
Not sure if they can do the surprise, but they got the MG7. Darwin is there. The zone will just shrink even further, and this will up All-Star, Ace, and Paragons out in the open as Modern got the high ground. They are shooting the bullets, but now it's onto the side. They wanted to go for the kills, the trades, but not going to happen. First as All-Star, Ace, and Paragons goes for a truce.
We're still waiting for it. Aim as well.
All
Waiting
of
right
them
there
died.
to do the cleanup work, and they charge in. Here comes Modern.
Oh, absolute gravity pulling all of the members as the Paragons. They are being gunned down. Who's going to go down first? All-Star Ace rather, as Modern being lethal and the Ace into the sleeves are being eliminated. We are on the top 4. Darwin losing his members, and that's going to be the Starway to Dar lose. And Fanboy jumping in against the Naos powerhouse Joe Eric, making sure that they are still getting those kills. Stricto got his own one. Other members from Paragons, they are going for the revive, but now as you can see onto the side, they are on the low ground. They're trying to revive even more of their team members as Powerhouse still putting the Naos into their pressure.
Yep, and now it's going to be Fanboy and Naos that goes head-to-head with each other. They're just waiting for the opportune time. They've already taken in a lot here for Naos Esports. They have to gun down Fanboy!
Aim! Punishes Joe Eric! You are overheating too much. Already lost one member, but it's not going to set us back. But a wrong throw. Now the springboard will be destroyed. You got the poison gas, but Daisy is still there. This is the zone. This is really bad. This is really painful. What are they going to do? They need to heal up, but still the pressure is on. Paragons are just waiting. They know that Fanboy got this. They are eliminating Naos in a 1v1 against Paragons and Fanboy.
Paragons. Oh my god, just when we expected them to do the third party, it's now left to Fanboys and Paragons, who will take the win here.
Slowly but surely, Burger Kim, they don't want to explode up front. But jumping in, EMP shock, just to make sure to lose those armors. They are inside the car. They want to bail out, but there's no chance. As Fanboy making sure to clean up every member, as that's gonna be it. Fanboys, Paragons, you're gone, boy.
Oh my goodness, just when we thought that we were setting it up, that Naos was going to go for the third party because they had a much better position, a much better vision on where everyone was. But in the end, it was Fanboy holding out onto the sides and eventually eliminating Paragons.
You can see that they just want to safely play from Paragons, and with how many spaces from Fanboys to move in, it kind of pushes Paragons in a tough spot.
Yeah, just when you pointed out too that Ju Eric was punished by Naos Esports, they were able to recover because they still they were all huddled together, so that's still fine. They can get them up. But all they needed to do once, I think there was also the zone. The zone was also a factor where Naos was still recovering from the shots. The other teams just needed to do was to capitalize, take pot shots, and eventually get in the win. That was so surprising, though. I did not expect that coming from the side of Paragons.
Yeah, I mean, with the they just want to play it safe. As much as they want to join the fight, it feels like they weren't really able to take down Naos onto their side and then get those upgrades. So it means that they are really indeed on the back foot against Fanboy.
Yeah, it was more of that they really had the problem. I think they wanted to loot Naos at that point because 2 supply drops. Who could deny that? 2 supply drops for Naos, right? And had the best of the best. but it was Fanboy, the last one in. All they needed to do was take down Paragons, and I think at that time it was a handicap situation, and I also believe that there weren't enough med kits and shield restorers as well.
Yeah, and a bit odd on the positioning as well, as we saw the flamethrower being used
yeah.
exactly onto the fight. I'm not sure what are they planning to, but with the thin space, with the wall and the zone, there's no wiggle room for them. So there's a dodge bullet, so it means that really with the proper timing of the hologram guided and springboard opens a lot of the possibility for Powerhouse Fanboy and clear them up.
Yeah, the thing too about the new update, because we highlighted a lot about the buffs on the new heroes and even the nerfs, the guns that have been part of the meta, but I completely forgot the new update also made sure that the last zone was in an open area. So you can see how much of a chaos you've seen in that last fight. And it was all a matter of either your position or if you had cover or not, right?
Yeah. And those factors to be considered. As much as they got the cover, you can see the difference. They got the wall, a watchtower, and then Fanboys got only one rock. And then they made it work. And then from there on, it was easy for them. But let's see the highlights for map 1. Remember, guys, we are just starting. Let's watch this together.
Nagpanic.
And we are back after that explosive map 1. As what you saw, Paragons eliminated Naos, but we saw most of the damage dealt from Fanboys.
Yeah, from Fanboy, and all Paragons needed to do was just gun them down. They had the high ground from that watchtower, and eventually what Fanboys needed to do was be a bit more aggressive, knowing that Paragons already took so much, so they needed to capitalize on that. I wanted to highlight as well Ju Eric that took the high ground over on top, gunning everyone down. So basically, while they were trying to get the flamethrower,
is just enjoying.
They're like, where's the gunshots coming? Oh, it's from the top, from Ju Eric. I think he was able to get the springboard up. That's why he was able to get into that position.
He committed, and then everyone was panicking and then jump into that flamethrower.
That's pretty much me when I started out. Like, where are the gunshots coming from, right?
Yeah, but who is going to be the MVP? None other than the highlight player of Burger Kim, Ju Eric.
It still continues the Nostra. No, I'm kidding. I actually saw it early. No, I think it was also because of the way that the last camera panned onto Ju Eric, wherein I really got to see, oh, okay, you got a very good spot there, and no one was able to gun him down. I think he didn't have time to heal up because he only had a fraction of his life left. So if he actually went down, that would have gone a different way, but he got the springboard up, and he was able to get up and get in those kills from the top. And eventually, I think these last 6 kills were pretty much the most vital for Ju Eric.
Yeah, and I believe that Joe Eric also has been punished even by Yuri with the defender. It's just that the finishing touches or the cherry on top is where they were able to finalize or put themselves at the top one at the very last moment. Kind of bad positioning at first if you look at it, but a single rock really did a great defense for them. And then at that point, they didn't really wait for the zone to eat up much of the team members. They just went in, and once again, the proper positioning from the rock up to the watchtower, it was fairly easy for them to just finish it.
There was also the EMP shocks down there,
Yeah.
so he had to evade that. But of course, before we head over to map number 2, Osiris, let's take a quick break first. Don't you guys go away. Be right back.
With the intense closer from map 1, we are moving into map 2. Once again, Farlight 84 Philippines Cup with Osiris and Burger Kim. More action coming our way. And what a good start.
I think a lot of us didn't expect that Nas getting eliminated right there. Plus the zone was actually didn't close to their favor. And all that Powerhouse Fanboy needed to do was just take out Paragons, having the numbers advantage. Plus, I want to highlight too that Fanboys has come a long way. Like from their playstyle from the first few weeks and then coming here
It was
into
a good upgrade.
Yeah. Very, very different playstyle that we're seeing. We're seeing them take more initiative. We're seeing them be a bit more aggressive, I think. As compared to before, they were a bit more passive, either ratting it out or maybe fighting it for placement. But this time, this is a new Fanboy that you're seeing. Apart from their name, even their playstyle differed here in the knockout stage.
Yeah, they didn't really stop exactly, not waited for the circle to close. They got the advantage at that point. It was fairly easy for them to just put the Nana onto the coffin. But one highlight will be in, apart from Nao's elimination, is the destruction of the springboard.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Because
I think it was it Tupac?
Yeah, Tupac, because he threw it onto a rock.
A rock, yeah.
Which is not really a flat surface that opted for the springboard to be destroyed. And at that point, they don't have any position to bail out and can't really go for a hard engage against Paragons.
Yeah, I think what they wanted to do right there was actually use the springboard to go to Paragons.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
they're leaning towards the right side.
I'm not so sure if either he aimed it at the wrong spot or he misclicked it, because that actually does happen sometimes, right? So, unfortunately for now, it worked in a favor of Fanboy and Paragons. But if that springboard wasn't destroyed at that point, right, it might have turned out differently for now. They could have at least charged towards Paragons at least.
I was really also thinking about the kills from Naos. Wasn't really able to track it because of the tension that rises from fight after fights and the top 3 teams. And with the podium finish from Powerhouse Fanboys, I'm expecting that map 2 will be even closer for Naos.
Much more closer for Naos, because honestly, for the past few weeks, it's been really rough on them. Either they get their resources depleted early on, or either their rotations are disrupted, and now their springboard has been destroyed at the moment that they needed it the most. That was so unfortunate. Let's see how the teams will bounce back, especially for some of our top teams. Naos, Hollow, All-Star Ace in this map number 2 as we head over to Sunset City.
Map 2 for this intense knockout stage. What a good start and electrifying finishes. And
you're still reeling from that last map.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to move on, but moving on as we have once again pretty good drop.
Okay, so it's the same. It is still
the same. They're going to still fight at the same spot.
Same spot, but I want to highlight the winner of the last map, Paragons. We actually didn't notice this. They actually came from Sanctuary Tower, so much resources.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was Fanboys that they were going up against, so it was difficult. But now Hollow, this is as expected. Early respawns already going to be used here.
Once
Fanboys.
again, they are not respecting, and this because of the top team's Fanboys. They got the momentum right now.
Fanboys, I think they will just want to be able to loot here. This is a spot that's so tight, right? Like you want to get your resources, but you're unable to get it because you know that there's unwanted visitors in your turf.
And once again, they didn't really give. This is different. This different, right? But this is bad news because once again, remember they might be gunning down to Istricto, and he is going down. And these resources will not be put into good use. But the 40 will create the fort as this shield XP device will be the defense. But Daisy and other members, they know where Tosk is. And they are just making sure to take him down. But Achi up front as the defense, it will be safe enough.
Now this was the thing. Earlier, Hollow evaded this. Like they chose to go up towards the Nova Planetarium Annex. But this time, they're like, we're gonna be facing you, Fanboy. We're gonna make sure that you don't get the best of the best there in Sunflower Shopping Mall. Over on the other side of the map, we're seeing some kills here from All-Star and Tyrant. Speaking of them, they're still going at it. Bulldozer's down.
All-Star Ace, 3 members down. They're going to use their respawners at a different spot. But I just want to go back with Stricto, Powerhouse Fanboys, because I saw that he's waiting for revive. It means that he already spent his respawner and he dropped at the compound to flank.
Yes,
Hollow.
to flank Hollow, but
But
unfortunately it was
Cost him.
I think it was the 40. He was able
Yeah.
to get a good scope. And I think it was an AK-77 to be
Yeah.
able to gun him down. Like, super precise. I mean, this is what you expect, right? Coming
Yeah.
into PC. And now Tyrant over here at Riverview Park. There's a lot of loot here at Riverview
Yeah.
Park. So I'm liking this. And 11 squads left here. So Tyrant, they're going to be playing out nice and slow, getting in. I guess this is one of my favorite spots. But Fanboy and Hollow, they're still not done
They
yet.
are still going
no.
at it, but Hollow and
Fanboy.
Fanboy returning the favor with each other. But Konsk is already down. The same as Drew Eric. It is on the bridge.
Yonwoo is still here, though.
Yonwoo is using the EMP shock as a defensive mechanism to stop
But it gives
the
so
push.
much of the information.
Yeah, and he got scanned. That's a blinding
Oh,
mark, and he
no.
got shot as Karma will be biting them at their back. And this is bad news for Powerhouse Fanboys, because you gotta remember, they don't have the respawners already for some members.
Now this is Hollow's making a statement saying, this is our turf. This is our empire. And earlier, they did give it out to them, right? They made Fanboy stay in Sunflower Shopping Mall. And this time, they're going to be a lot more aggressive. Bulldozer going to get gunned down there by Tyrant. There's still going to be more up around the corner, though. Squad number 4. But Tyrant has been gunning their way down all across the map. So far, they've been not eliminating it, but they've been gunning down a lot of squads that are on their way. Plus the flamethrower to add up to all of that.
Yeah. And Tyrant right now, they are in a comfortable spot. But after Hollow chasing it around, you can see at the back, someone is coming in from the Sunflower Mall. While here at Sanctuary Tower, you have Next Move and Paragons bailing themselves out after Paragons enjoying all of the resources. At this side, visitors coming in.
Yep, squad number 10 over onto Sanctuary Tower. I think this is a tight spot to be in if you're Paragons. How do you close in here? And I guess this is the best spot to be in before you want to try and siege Sanctuary Tower. But again, it is not safe in the spot. A lot of people want that area. Here comes DD.
Oh, Digital Devils, and you know that they are out for blood or just passing by. But of course, with a few breather, as they don't want to commit. Fanboy sitting pretty on at 30 points. Pretty high, as followed by 19 points only, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did a drive-by. It's kind of like drive-through. What order do you want? Oh, no. Okay, never mind. We're going to be canceling that one. They actually, that's pretty smart from DD, right? Not over-committing, knowing that the other
They
team
don't have information inside the building.
Yeah, plus they want to make sure that their vehicles are still up to make the runaway.
Yeah, so it's still intact for getaway. But Next Move might be getting away as a Hollow
and
map once again around construction site. Modern X Lethal, they might be this might be the revenge coming in from Powerhouse Fanboys, because they are the ones who's taking down members of
Modern.
Hollow. But right now, Modern, Darwin transformed, pushing them, burning them even further. And this is looking a lot of scary for Modern X Lethal, but Hollow, they are paying the price for overstaying at the Sunflower Mall into the construction site. But you can see the drone cam, a different fight coming in. Next Move and the brother team or sister team Hollow X.
Yep, they're still gonna go at it. Fortunately enough for Hollow, the main team, they did have the respawners up, right? When they went up against Fanboy. But if that was Fanboy, another story, they would have been out, right? So Hollow, now they have to reposition over on the other side. The sister team, Hollow X.
No streak as Next Move might be the ones going to eliminate Hollow. MJ, Hollow X rather. And still, they are going at it. But Kit might be going for the kill, but he needs the med kit and is not going to be the one's going to survive. But Drain is there, still doing his best. But the movement coming in from Pew as they are still comfortable enough to stay here. still, those
Mark
squads have been
inside.
eliminated. But you get the divulge. They get the information. That's a EMP shock. They are still the one who's going to make it at top as Hollow X is eliminated. Early exit from this map.
Oh,
but the backup from Tyrant Inferno and putting in flames everyone like an Inferno. Are they the next team to be out? But Tyrant with a proper timing once again.
They get out, they get the vehicle, they know that the zone is closing in, and now Winter gonna be getting in those med kits. Nice call there by Tyrant. They're not gonna overcommit at this point, but at least willing to take the loot outside.
Yes, and once again, the resource management, if they can find inside the circle, they are willing to go for an extra mile and get those kills.
Level 5 armors for Tyrant, who has just taken in the loot from that squad that just gone down, and Paragons is in the most prime position, being the ones that dropped in at Sanctuary Tower first, so they have a much better view of whoever's gonna go in, try to gatekeep them. But as of the moment, the other squads, right, they're gonna think of a way on how they can go in. They actually moved out, so they might actually face in squad now. It's actually here on top, trying to get a good eye onto Paragons. They are having a problem with how to close in though. Back taking shots.
Okay.
The pot shots are just working.
Oh!
The defender damage, right? It's insane. I've actually tried it. And
How
I
is
see
it?
why. I see why the teams are going for it. Even though it was nerfed, adjusted, it's still pretty much very viable, especially here in the PC.
And especially if it's a headshot. Remember, the one that has been nerfed is a body shot with 55 damage.
Paragons
has been used against Naos.
This might be the revenge that they're going for.
The push. They got the information. Are they going to wait?
There's that
They're not
springboard
going to
finally.
stop. The EMP shock is inside the building. They need to dodge this as the armor will be different here.
Aim is down. Aim
is
at the
down
back.
from there as Ace will not let it happen, but Cosbang, they are going to cost the game, and they might be the next team to be eliminated as it was reduced to 8.
What?
An early
Again?
exit from Naos?
And that is actually the answer, Paragons, to take down Naos, the one on top here. Again, I have to hide. And this time, they made the springboard work already. And
this
no
time,
difference.
it's Paragon only versus Naos, right?
Yep,
but this
yep.
time, they got visitors as Tyrant against All-Star from a different building, rather. This is not the building we're in. There is Paragons, but I think this is another team.
Yeah, it's Kaizen and Tyrant.
Yes, Kaizen and Tyrant. They are looking at James UGG. Might be the one who's calling GG if he's going to take all of those buladas.
James,
and
he's
does
down.
the proper damage as Sky making sure to get that kill.
I love this. The composition from the side of the PC division. It's just a defender and the White Dwarf. You haven't seen anything else. Maybe if the MG6 comes up, they're going to be able to take it. But this is the classic combo. See, defender, White Dwarf, or maybe defender, Jupiter, it still pretty much works. And you've seen the insane damage that they were able to dish out, making sure that the other team is not able to go out unscathed. Now we see 7 and 4 in close proximity. Not so sure if they have some information on each other, because they're actually, it seems like 7 just has the much better resources, but I think Zeno, he gets spotted. He can't get out of this.
Checking corners, and that's gonna be it. We are reduced to the 5 squads remaining in the kill feed right now. Fanboy against Hollow. How are they going to work?
Man, I actually thought, this is the thing, right? When you actually take down one squad, take down 3 members, like, where's the last one? And it's a good thing that they were able to eliminate that, or that would have been either a problem for them, making sure that there's lesser problems to deal with here in this situation. Modern, DD, they're in this building. They have the high ground, but squad number 6, it looks like Modern will be a little bit more aggressive. Are they gonna... Okay, they're actually gonna evade that. That's what they've been doing, right? Just driving by, getting that information.
Playing it safely.
Yeah. They just do the scans and making sure that no one's in the area. So they're just taking as much resources as they can.
And the resource, once again, making sure to capitalize on those early pickups. But once again, Modern is around. Doesn't really want to check the warehouse, and they might be aware as we are seeing shots.
From DD.
Yeah,
oh, but
DD,
I think it's on the opposite position. No,
On
I
the
don't
high
think
ground.
I don't think it's DD. So it's coming from the top where Sanctuary Tower
Yeah.
is. So
I believe DD did one shot or pot shot against Modern, and then
they
someone from
took-
the high ground
Yeah, they did the
is
exact
taking
same thing.
advantage, right? I believe that was Paragon's building.
Yeah. It was Paragons. Yeah, I see them on the map. So it was them. So if that was Modern, that could have been either like Paragons coming down for a third
Yeah.
party, right? That
And-
would have been different. So they have to thank
Yeah.
Modern at this point for playing it out nice and safe, waiting to make their next move.
But you can see someone wanted to flank or check
Yeah, I
the
think
supply
phased.
drop. Yeah, phased.
No one is actually going to the supply drop even.
Yes,
But wait,
There's Kaizen and then there's Paragon.
hold on. If FaZe actually tries to go for it, he might actually be done for because Paragons is all huddled in that area, making
Yeah.
sure that Modern will be gunned down if ever they do that phase
But
check.
the thing is, they are the ones who shooting some bullets against Digital Devil, so it gives a lot of information that someone is on that building. So I think that's why FaZe getting those doubts, and not entirely. And it feels like they are the ones who wanted to bait out
Okay.
the supply instead.
All right, so we see Kaizen over on the other side, and you know, Modern is just like, we want to make sure that we get that. We want to get that loot. We want to get that mouse fridge, that was,
Yeah.
as we call it.
Because-
Full of goodies.
Yeah, and at the same time, it feels like someone needs to upgrade their armor and setting on an orange. But
Yeah, I think
that's
most of Modern has
that's
orange,
out in
right?
the open, and that's will be the second drop in the line of the first drop.
We see oh wait, hold on. We see Fanboy here as well, but they're actually quite
Yeah.
isolated in this map. So I think with 5 squads remaining, numbers advantage with the other squads that are all complete, it would be much better to
Yeah.
hide out at this point for
So
Fanboys.
it means they are not eliminated early on. They just need to be consistent. They
Yeah.
already backed down to map 1. It means a different squad has been eliminated early on. And just
So-
camping.
Okay, so Modern is actually really gonna go for that
Oh, yeah.
drop. Okay, they're really gonna go for that drop. Let's see how Paragons will approach this situation because it seems to be that a little bit more passive.
Oh,
Gabon's already there. There's also another one here on the other side for Kaizen, but yes,
They're providing cover fire.
Yep,
But
yep.
Kaizen onto the
Oh,
side.
Gabon's
They
taking
got
a lot of
their own-
damage.
Oh, getting a lot of damage indeed. But 1-3 to stop. Those shots can regenerate. They also have their vehicles, but it is being burned down by Paragon. They're not going to stop. They got the defenders.
Yep.
They are still shooting.
oh no, number 7 over on top. They have
The
Modern.
Kaizen.
They have Fanboy as well, but Fanboys is not gonna be a problem because there's only 2 of them left, and now Yonwoo, he's down.
Oh no, a different fight on a different side. As Modern was able to put themselves back in a good position, protecting themselves against squad number 7.
Now 6 right there in the middle, Modern in a very, very good
Oh,
spot.
Yunmo is out.
Yeah, Yunwoo is out, so now
He
it's
got executed.
Is it? Oh, it's only Daisy left here. So 5 squad, it's going to be a 4v4v4v4v1.
Yeah. Okay.
To sum it all up.
Yeah, as Daisy being patient, but he is outside the zone, and you can definitely see that that's an open area. You can it is covered with different teams from all angles. How Daisy's going to survive?
DD as well, right behind that hill. I'm actually waiting for how they will approach Paragons because they can actually surprise them, knowing that Paragons is putting their resources towards Modern
Yeah.
over on the other side. So they might actually pull off a surprise here for DD. They just have to play this out well, but it seems like they're going to make a detour knowing that the circle is going to be closing into where Modern and Kaizen is. So they're actually going to be threading towards the edges of the circle. And now Paragons, again, they've been playing this
Oh,
very nice and safe.
they
How-
might be getting the same idea of going onto the cliff, or possible of Paragons
but the
going
circle.
up against
The circle, though.
Squad 8. But yeah, the circle.
They might actually converge
They might
in
be late.
front. In front, right? Oh no, DD and squad number 5, 6 right in the middle. I'm not so sure why Kaizen is not making a move. They have the best of armor here. Fanboys, we're gonna. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Daisy's out
no.
here in the circle, and now we're down to our last 4 squads. We
Oh,
haven't made any move just yet, but
no.
here's Paragons along with Modern.
That's a bad positioning once again.
Paragons in the middle.
Tarantula with the pressure. They need to get in.
Oh, there's
Absolute
the
gravity
ability.
coming in from Darwin.
And the
EMP
UP.
shot. trying to place them safely, but that's the damage. That's the armor, but not broken. But once someone is
Paragons are
down,
falling one by one.
Lakashi is out. Modern against Paragons. Who's going to win? No one still. They are still complete. They don't need to think as much as they need, as they are the ones who's getting the position.
And now Kaizen, they're gonna try to join in the party. Darwin from the back.
Okay, no absolute gravity. So it's time for
No
Kaizen.
ultimates up just yet here for
Yeah.
Modern. They've used it all up.
Yeah, for the single
Yeah, and now
team.
Kaizen can go in, but at least they have the full armor here. Kaizen
Oh.
has a Tarantula, by the way. That's a very big problem now. DD threading on the edges of the circle. How will they close in?
Oh no, as Buladas going up against Digital Devils. What are they going to do? They got the vehicles, but they are living on the edge of the circle. Might be falling edge of the cliff. But you can see
Modern as well.
onto the side. They got into
They
the
got full
structure.
armor. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, this is looking bad for Kaizen if they push the structures inside. But Modern, they have the big brain play on going to low ground and run all the way to north.
Oh no, low ground and maybe taking Kaizen by surprise, knowing that they have better artillery at this point. Oh, man, this is so difficult for Modern. DD as well gonna go in towards Paragon. And now I think it's only Maestro left here for Paragon. So if they manage to take him out, that should be favorable. We might be down to our last 3 squads, but we see here Modern as well
Oh, Jing.
holding it out up against DD.
Jing being punished. But
He just has a
Modern
tree.
still waiting for anyone to commit. No one wants to jump in. Modern will pull the trigger. They are the ones looking for the fight. No
Oh,
one's going
there's-
to go down. They still got the vehicles. They can bail out.
DD's
but still,
DD's
the
low.
patience game. But top 3 teams who got eliminated, as we still have Modern against Kaizen. They're not letting this go. Digital Devils, so Paragons is out at 4v4v4. And that's gonna be it, as Space was able to snag God Broke. Might be the God Slayer that we need as
Kaizen.
the Vox right
Modern.
now. Still pushing. You
So
got the
much
absolute
ultimates.
gravity, respecting the vision erosion. They have their own time to regenerate, but you can see Kaizen.
And
They
now
are
it's
running low
up in
and
the
they
open.
are running late as the jump
here's
in.
EMP.
EMP shock from Modern, and this will be lethal to take out Kaizen. And their bodies are flies, just going
at the
down
bottom, though.
one after a round. But the shock is there, and everyone's getting electrified by 2 EMP shock.
Oh,
But
no,
where are we
Kaizen
going to
numbers are
position?
low.
Still, they are complete.
caught in the
Digital
middle. Kaizen's
Devils,
caught in the
they
middle.
are the one to unleash hell, as the MG7 will be used by Astri. Hillary G with the white
Oh, no,
mark,
Kaizen's out.
lasering everyone out. And Modern against this member of Digital Devils, Modern.
A lot of fancy.
Delivering still the lethal ending.
Oh my goodness, that was probably the most numbers of fancy footworks that I've ever seen. Can you imagine fighting in a bridge?
Yeah,
In an
but
open-
there's a bus, there's a
There's a lot of
bridge.
things. Lots of EMPs
Yeah,
with
2 EMPs.
and a vision erosion.
And then Digital Devils jumping into an EMP shock.
And I think an EMP plus, I think there was
And
2
their
isolated
own
ones. Yeah, their own
shock.
EMP too. So, wow. Modern playing it nice and safe and phased. Actually being the MVP for this match, having 6 kills. I think it just goes to show his aggressiveness that he has the full armor here for
Yeah.
the side of Modern. So again, we all talked about this being a bit more aggressive when you have all of the resources. And Modern, I also liked how they were able to play it very well, the spaces. So they weren't too aggressive, but when they needed to go, they definitely dived right in and took in the win.
Yeah, and they just waited for the proper timing, and fairly different to what we saw from Mobile. Like everyone is wanted to go for those kills. This time, it's patience game, and with more kills coming in from Modern, it feels like now is not in a good place as being eliminated early on.
Yeah, I did not. Again, by oh my goodness, now that you mention it again,
Yeah.
by Paragons nonetheless. Like we were expecting it to be a different result, I think, for Naos, right? They got the springboard up, they went up, and
But
then
they got scanned, so
Yeah,
it
that
was
too.
really a preemptive plan for Paragons already. But the thing is, not just now, even our top 1 team from Map 1 Powerhouse Fanboys is nowhere to be found.
oh yeah, fanboys actually, yeah, now that you mention
It's
it,
just-
all of these things, right? They just sink in after a
It
while.
was just Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy, and
it's
then
not top 5.
yeah, plus it was a very anticlimactic. I think I actually thought he would have made it in the circle, but you know, he was in that space where there's only trees
Yeah.
as cover, so there was
So
not a
wide
lot of
openings.
there was not a lot of places he could hide out as well. So by the time the circle was closing in, and he's like, yeah, he just kind of accepted his fate. And now he didn't really have a lot of resources as well too. But of course, let's take a look at the highlights here first, Osiris, for map number 2.
We saw the ending with a pretty messy fight with a triple threat. And at that
Plus
point,
other objects in that area. Can you imagine?
characters.
Bus, a bridge,
A bridge,
and a
wow.
fence.
And then 2 battles happening.
Yeah, 2
for the second-
EMPs.
Yeah, 2 EMPs. And then 1 above the bus. And then 1 from left, 1 from right.
Yeah, I think Farlight 84 is just living up to their tagline, which is "Welcome to the chaos." And this is it. That's the best of the best that you can get. And let's take a look at, of course, who was able to shine in that last match and phased the person we were talking about, the player we were talking about. He had the full armor.
Yeah, he was
And-
the one who's early on to the upgrades and modern X lethal. They are not as patient as what we saw from map 1, how slow the games are. They are firing left and right. They're also looking for openings onto the low ground just to make sure to push other teams. But it feels like they waited still for the zone to close and unleash hell. They are, I believe, they are the ones also who got the MG7 or something explosive that kind of
Because they got I think they got the loot.
or they got the loot
FaZe was
for-
looking for the loot, right?
Yeah.
And it kind of understandable why he's the one who had the most damage, and of course had the full armor. It was care of that last loot. Like
Yeah.
I was kind of worried, right? Because there was paragons around the corner, like right in the middle of the loot. They could have gone down
Yeah.
FaZe.
Exactly.
But they got in the resources, and eventually they were able to use it up until the last clash. And I think this is also the reason why a lot of the players actually want to grab that loot, especially in the last few minutes or the
Yeah.
last few moments of the circle.
And as what you mentioned, Maggie has been the staple name, so that's why they won the MG7 and a tactical role for the reload. But right now,
The loot!
map 1 from map 2 winners, you also gonna win a loot with the Arc Judge Generator. And you can see the code.
Free generator!
Ta-da!
Nice and simple.
Yeah,
Just type it
it's
in right now.
Definitely a free generator for our viewers out there. And make sure to share the stream so that we can have more redeem codes. And do you use generator?
Yeah, if there's no defenders, I actually pick up the generator. I mean, if you have no choice at all. And it dishes out a good amount of damage as well. So you can't get that out, especially once you get that respawn. You go down, you have nothing, and you got a generator. Well, I'll take it any day. I'll take it any day.
I mean, the rate of fire, which is really respectable. It got closest to a white dwarf, but an assault rifle, but not really the, let's say, the heavy damager compared to Jupiter 6, compared to AK right now. It has been getting a lot of attention. So, still, defender is out there.
And before I was like, okay, skins for guns. Like, when I was still pretty new, I was like, okay. And then once I got a skin for a gun, I was like, I want to use this gun. Like, despite, let's say, if I get a skin for a gun that I don't use, I'll still pick it up because this looks pretty cool.
If you have the skin for Porcupine.
Yeah, I'll still use the Porcupine for the skin.
So Burger Kim is a skin enthusiast.
If you can't win, make sure to win in style.
Yeah.
Or at least lose in style.
Oh, yeah, lose in style. Or if you wanted those juicy skins, diamonds, coins, and even weapon skins.
Weapon skins, yeah.
Watch, we got more codes. But for now, we will be proceeding on a short break just to make sure to deliver the action with you. Stay with us. We will be right back.
terrifying power awakens in the dark. Machines driven by curiosity, becoming cold-blooded killers. Everything must end. Even with new technology upgrades making us faster, stronger, we're still no match for the bloodthirsty machines. But the story isn't over yet. A genius engineer just came onto the scene.
Out for the power, I'm just counting the hours. My inner beast is ready to feast. Competition's devoured. You ready? This is the moment. How bad do you want me? Put your arm, don't ever fall against any opponent. This is my life. Hit him down for the fight. Hit him left and then right. He's on my light. His mind in the bright. It's time to fight. Watch your learn. Keep it steady right now. I'm a legend. I'm ready right now. Once I get it lit, going great. I was made for this. They say.
Rescue en route. No turning back now. Kill directive initiated. Eliminated.
One's enough.
The truth always comes out.
Play a game of MASH.
Out of the way!
Great, I was made for this. Legendary.
Thanks for stopping by. Mission complete.
They all telling me I'm dope now. I'ma teach you a thing or two. Gotta take over the world. What does greatness mean to you? Great, I was made for this. It's time to make 'em pay for this. You don't have to wait. Save for the fame. Great, I was made for this. I was made for this.
We are closing in to map 3 and finishing the knockout stage for Group A of PC Division. Once again, Farlight 84 Philippines Cup with Osiris and Burger Kimstradamus.
I love that. I'm gonna live up to
Yeah.
that name, especially
The
when
printing
the
god.
other English casters come back here because they're stuck in some other portal now. It's
Yeah.
Osiris here from the multiverse of the Tagalog broadcast. But of course, nevertheless, you're very much welcome to stay here in this multiverse if you want to. You want to? No? You
Yeah,
wanna
I
go
mean,
back?
I'm fine with
Yeah,
either.
either,
way. I mean,
okay.
If we can even go both ways of the language, why not, right? I mean,
Yeah, you're pretty much like that I forgot her name, but she was the one that can time travel anywhere at any time.
Yeah, exactly. So we got a time travel, but we are traveling in more as map 3 will be closing in. And few breakdowns from what we saw from map 2. Paragons is still eliminating now.
That was
And-
twice already, guys. The same exact situation. The only difference was the second time, Naos was able to get their springboard up, but still ended in the same result,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah,
That
and-
was so poetic, right? Being
Yeah.
eliminated by the same team
Yeah.
2 maps straight.
And at first, we are in doubts of Paragons because Fanboy was the one who's putting a lot of damage against Naos. And this time, you are doubting us? Okay, we'll show you. We go head on against Naos.
Yeah,
and then eliminate them.
I love the fact that there are other teams too. That, like, because we've been talking a lot about Naos, right? One of the most brilliant teams here in the PC division. But we're starting to see some teams that are neither in the bottom, but neither on top. So they're
Yeah.
right there in the middle, but they have been stepping up. Like, Paragon.
Yeah.
As well as Modern that has just won
Yeah.
the last map. So they are wow, like out of nowhere, right? So I love this, a good story up against the, of course, the most dominant ones, like a David and Goliath story. But
Yeah.
it's looking really, really unpredictable here for the PC division
Yeah.
as compared to the mobile, where it was pretty much evident who was on top. But here,
Yeah.
it is a mix of highs and lows for some of the teams.
Yeah, and because from mobile, definitely that group, you put the credit where credit is due.
Yeah, definitely.
And we acknowledge that fact. But in PC, we are seeing a lot of diversified teams, wherein also even the Map 1 winners, Powerhouse Fanboys, fell in the wrong hands at Map 2, finishing only at top 5. And at this point, it's anyone's game, and the points from Powerhouse Fanboys isn't really far from top 2. So we might see a shake up onto the team rankings.
Yeah, we'll see later on because we have to close this last map, and I think this will seal the deal for the rankings today in the knockout stage. So Naos hasn't won a single map yet, but we've seen Modern, we've seen Powerhouse Fanboy. So if this keeps up, right, Powerhouse Fanboy might actually rack up some points here in the knockout stage, knowing that Naos hasn't had the most stellar wins here in the last 2 maps. So I'm not so sure. Twice already eliminated by the same team. Let's see if that's going to be the same thing here for map number 3.
I mean, it's a different back-to-back.
Yeah, it's a different back-to-back.
Back-to-back elimination from the same
squad. Yeah.
Which is pretty weird.
And it also starts out very slow here in the PC.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very slow. There are moments where you think that they're going to go for it, but they just drive by.
Yeah, and at the same time, you are playing on 11 squads. Other teams are getting the same POIs, but still doesn't want to acknowledge each other's presence at the same map. And then Hollow and who's that again? The second team who's visiting Sunflower Mall again and again.
And Powerhouse Fanboy.
Fanboys.
Both of them.
They do drop on the same POIs, but still, someone is going to bail out earlier.
Yeah,
So,
but we see Hollow try
Yeah,
to get at that. I think that was the thing for Fanboy. That's why they couldn't get their resources up, because they used their respawn pods against Hollow.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was just more of them, you know, having the retaliation, trying to get the Sunflower Shopping Mall. But again, is that mall really worth it? Well, I guess it's worth it, definitely. There's a lot of things there, but I mean, for the price
For losing the respawners,
it's too much.
At map 1, it was Hollow who bailed out, and they got destroyed by Fanboys. That's why they were able to start on the snowball. But this time on map 2, it was Hollow who eliminated Fanboys. So we're getting same story but different results apart from now.
Yeah, and
so,
Paragon.
So we might be dropping anytime soon, but the big question is, who is going to get
this last map?
Yeah, because as close we are on dropping at sunset, the points are still close for each other. The last map for the knockout stage of Group A here at Farlight Philippines Championship.
Now Paragon's up there on top. They landed in first right where the pod actually started, and now it's gonna traverse towards the bottom left side and still okay. So Hollow, they're gonna be able to go over on the middle ground right beside Carnival, and they actually won't try to contest up against Fanboy this time. So being a bit more careful, making sure that they have not used their respawn pods up so early, or maybe even you know, try to get in some peace while they're getting in their resources, their loot. And now Modern having again their favorite spot here at Nova Planetarium. No contest at all from anyone else.
Yes, and you can definitely see that Modern, remember they won one of those maps, and just getting those resources without anyone who's trying to take it away from them. But one member from next move, Drones, just trying to run around, but Q is being punished, while other members from Kaizen moving in. But from Iris Ranch, we might see a drop from those 2 members from next move that has been eliminated. Quick 2 points for Kaizen.
They might go for the revenge here up against Kaizen, but they're actually going to choose to move out. But we see they're on... Actually, no, they're going to go straight to Iris Ranch. So again, this is standard that we see, right? They don't want to overcommit, especially if the respawn pods are already used up. It's going to be really, really risky to do that.
Here we go.
Fanboy on top as of the moment, and now standing at number 4.
Oh, yes. But still too far from reality on dethroning Fanboy. And with Fanboy finishing on the top 5, that's still fairly good for them. And Modern just trailing them with 5 points that can shake things up if they're going to take a back-to-back finish. But Modern and Paragons might be close at each other who's going to take the top 2.
And now so still behind the Paragons.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be the narrative
The
that
rival.
we're going to be sitting on for a while here. Let's see for this map if it's going to be still the same thing. If it's going to happen the third, I don't want to jinx anything, but if it's going to happen for the third time, now you think it might be personal, but it's really not. It's really not.
The first circle in the favor of Paragons, while everyone is outside the circle. So definitely no one wanted to go to the Bay Area, and Riverview isn't really visited as much as they can. But here at top Rod, Hollow X is starting things up. All-Star Ace, one member down already with Valduzer. They still got respawners, and the same with Jin and Kit, but Sprick right now. Here, GK or something.
Yeah. You know how players like to do it?
Yeah.
This doesn't drop at the same spot though.
Yeah, they wanted to take it on as Dino, the bot, might be the one who's going to put them at the bottom. Yes, Zeno is out. The respawner will be there. MJ! Not the Michael Jordan to save himself, but 4 kills, quick as that, coming in from All-Star Ace. But here comes Kit.
He's trying to go for the respawn.
Following with the armor, but still no damage enough. But
he's down.
He's down. 2 versus 1. And make that 3 as another member will be there. But
oh my goodness, they're still at it.
They are not going to stop any moment, anytime. Adino needs to go for a breather as he needs to go for a armor restoration and med kit. But other members are down. They are bleeding. Drin and Kit and MJ needs to bail out to save themselves from a bottom finish once again. The same bottom spot.
And now we see Hollow X driving out because Tyrant is right over there. They're not going to actually converge, but now All-Star. They've already taken now Hollow, making sure that this area again will not favor the side of Hollow. They're trying to get their respawns or the revives up.
Tyrant.
But Tyrant is in the corner. There's the scan. They have the vehicles here. All-Star's moving out.
Oh, they are
There's
following members of All-Star Ace, but the respect once again as they just opted for a Shield XP devices and tried to put a bit of a bullet with that invader. Not gonna happen, as already they are comfortable enough to stay far away.
That was so devastating for Hollow X, right? There was no med kits left for MJ when he drove out, so he might actually find another spot around the map to be able to...
If he was able to find, because...
So far, we haven't seen any notification just yet.
Oh yeah,
so,
he's the last man standing.
Yeah, so I think what... Oh, okay, Tyrant wasn't the one that eliminated Hollow X here, so at least they're getting in the resources, maybe move out because...
Ace.
Yeah, I don't think Hollow X is gonna be able to get those revives though, because the circle is already closing in. Paragon.
Oh,
here
we go.
I thought this was gonna happen later on. Oh no, that was.
Oh my goodness! A back-to-back-to-back.
This is the first back-to-back-to-back we see, if ever. Okay, if ever Paragon does that.
Elimination. Is this gonna be true?
Okay, 2 power already on top.
Are the stars aligned
for today?
to keep this happening? As
Did they know that Paragons is on the other side? Or at least maybe they know someone's on the other side.
Yeah, they know someone, but it's just the constellations right now. The planets aligning.
They do got some defenders and the White Dwarf here. So yes, they do know that a team is over on the other side.
And they also have Divulge. So any moment that they want to go for a hard engage, they definitely can. But the thing is, they are inside a circle. They don't need to rush things.
Yep, but there might actually be a third party from the backside. We see squad number 8 might close in on Paragons. They might actually try to seize that building. They just did the scan, so they might get the loot that was dropped right there first before they head in. So if Paragons eliminates them, this is going to give them a lot more resources.
Yes, and a good amount of conversion onto their back foot from a while ago. And might be the redemption arc for them. A revenge arc rather as well.
You're gonna deny them of that back-to-back-to-back elimination off you. So I think it's gonna be.
Oh, aim once again. The
He's
job on his own.
Yeah, he's been so aggressive these past few maps, and honestly, I don't know if it. Sometimes he wins, sometimes they don't. So it's very high risk, high reward concept here for AIM. So I'm not so sure at this point, right? You're standing at number 5. You need to rack up some points. Will it be worth it for now? Because again, there's still.
This is hard.
Yeah. Paragons, DD. Actually, oh no, that's DD at the back. Modern as well on the bridge side.
Oh,
so
Tyrant against next move.
yeah, they can close in that Sanctuary Tower, but again, it's a long stalemate between now esports. They're still not doing anything at this point.
I'm not sure what's
They got
getting
vehicles,
into
though.
their head, but AIM right now,
They're gonna make a move though.
he's having a
Reposition
hard time.
actually.
Yeah. Okay, not today. We're not going to let things happen again. Let's respect the position that they have. Remember, they got a whole structure into their hands, and feels like Naos settling down.
They're still keeping a close eye on Paragons there, making sure that they don't make a move. And now, Naos is over here on the top side. They might actually just try to close in at Sanctuary Tower.
Yeah.
But this is also where squad number 10 is. Fanboy as well.
Fanboy kind of took a lot of time from them from outside, alongside with Hollow, Kaizen, and Def. And it's good for them that they were able to put themselves back onto the circle. And but a bit of a burnt resources, but AIM trying his best right now to eliminate top teams. Remember, this purple armors against oranges.
The PC division is where all the chaos happens at the very last moment. And I think at this point, this is probably, I think, one of the best things about playing the PC, just looting, right? Everybody's just looting, and I don't think there were a lot of eliminations just yet because the respawn pods are still up.
Yep.
Still, more or less, everyone's just getting in resources.
No one wants to fight, not even an early elimination.
Nothing. Respawn pods maybe, but not eliminations.
Oh.
Fanboy though.
Is this gonna be it for them? But the red zone just putting a lot of pressure. But still, they're just feeling confident on staying here. Just being on to the safe side. But when they saw the red zone, it's go time for them. Creates a lot of space, but Modern is ready. And up front is Digital Devils. Fanboys, are they going to pay the price as Joe Eric right now being torn down? Broken armor from this guy.
Now Modern here over on the other side, willing to greet anyone from Fanboy that just came from the other side. This was the problem in the last map wherein they were so isolated, and now they're jumping in over the other side, and Modern is not going to let go. And this is difficult for Fanboy. They're out in the open!
No! Gavin C, and of course, one member from Fanboys has been eliminated, but onto the side.
Where's DD?
Even
Kaizen
Kaizen
has already been used inside.
eliminating Tyrant, but yes, indeed, as Fanboy against Digital Devils, they got one member out. How are they going to deal with the full members? That's 4 Modern and 4 Digital Devils.
I love how, I'm pretty sure that Drew Eric does not have fear of heights. He's been going up, getting in that vantage point, making sure that DD is not able to get out of there. It's such a long stalemate though, even though a lot of them have the vehicles.
The supply drop. No one wants to touch the supply drop.
Over on the other side though, we see Hollow X taking down Kaizen, and they're the first ones out.
Oh, there you go. Digital Devils Astri. And they got one member down as well. So how are they going to save everyone now?
Finally, everybody's gonna try to go for the loot there in the middle. We see 6, 8, 4, and 2 right there in the middle.
All-Star Ace being punished.
There's still some other members there on the other side though, but numbers advantage. Paragon still not letting go of that position there on top. Fanboys, they're not complete. They still haven't taken down Didia at this point, who is doing so well in that compound.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta respect right now. Teams doesn't want to go for the supply drop, but Darwin scouting around. All-Star Ace, and he's alone. A lot of damage indeed. And Darwin needs to surrender his vehicle onto the trees.
But FaZe,
what are they going to do? EMP shock against one member, but Dino the bot, he knows his mission, he knows his assignment, he needs to bail out but more damage coming in. But you gotta remember, Fanboys at the back of Modern.
Yep. There is a lot of damage that even the bot is taking in now. This is gonna be and there you
Fox with the finisher, and even Gavin.
now that they're out, it's Modern actually taking them out there. Now Fanboy stuck in the situation where Hollow is right there in the middle. Numbers advantage towards their side. We see the smoke being used here as well. Fanboy.
Oh, a defensive. The poison gas might be putting a bit of those damages, but remember the 40 is there. While Digital Devils putting a lot of pressure. Fanboys. Restricto. His speed getting restricted as he is still going to run away onto the cliffs.
Yeah, but the circle, he has to come out of there.
He needs to heal first. Everyone is healing.
Everyone's
they
waiting for
are going to commit. Waiting for the timing. But what is next for them? As one of the members, and Restricto is out. And that's going to be Fanboys.
Out.
Bailing out early on with top 8 and a top 9 finish. But Digital Devils, they got the containers, while Hollow, they got the vehicles.
And now this is Hollow, just making sure that they also eliminate Fanboy outside the Sunflower shopping mall. And now they have to face DD here as well.
Oh no.
And they're wasting a lot of their shield.
Damage.
Yeah, they can't, and now
It's go time!
Hollow has the vehicles, they're going in. There's the EMP shock.
And more damage as Barrow, but the Barrow time, he is being pushed to pull into absolute gravity. But the gravity of the Desatinos, he got scanned inside the container where he is going. But Barrow taking down Hillary G, and that's the GG from them.
Digital Devils out, and now Hollow taking in the resources. They got the vehicles, but not enough time to go in the circle to get the loot. Now it's only Paragon and Naus. But speaking of Naus, Tupac is already down. Modern, they're going to try to charge in. Naus going to be moving out because they know that Modern has the numbers advantage here.
Oh, this is bad as Tupac is out. 3 members, no cap will be difficult onto the side of Naus, and still the top 1 team. Modern is around. While Fanboys, they failed. It means the score will change. They might be dethroned by Modern. But right now, Naus still doing their best, but they only got 1 kill and 1 less member.
Yep, it is Tupac down, and they can't get any of the revives because the squads are closing in. 7 left, Kaizen. They're going to be taking in a lot of shots, and this time Hollow X, they're super aggressive. They're going to wait.
The drop?
Yep, I think everyone's going to try to go for it. 4 squads already in the vicinity. There's a lot of information here.
Oh, okay. Buladas.
Oh no, Hollow X has to move out of there.
Hollow X got scanned. They are on the platform, but Kit.
Yep, he's taking a butt. Wow, that circle is starting to hurt.
Oh my god.
I'm not so sure if he has some med kits, and they definitely, that sounds so good. They need to get that loot right there, but aim!
Oh,
from the top!
He's getting aimed at. Even Yuri, no chance of him answering, but this is Hollow X with next move against Naos, but Vox will take down Cons onto the kill feed as Modern making their way for another map 1 finish, but Springboard waiting anytime. Are they going to jump? Where are they going? Where are they going to fly? And is it going to be Naos being eliminated early on? And the trade! The bait and switch! MJ exposed himself while SVR took the shot!
And now Naos, it's only down to 2. Fortunately enough, they're up on top, but this puts them in a position like this. Absolute gravity.
It's time, but the air zoom misses. SPR
no, he can't get up.
He can't get up indeed. What is he going to do? But you can see Yuri being took down by Kid and Cosmo. Kill on sight. Bang out. Naos is not part of the top 5.
Oh my goodness, just when we thought it was gonna be Paragons, it's actually Hollow X eliminating them. We see the vision erosion being used up, and now the squads here are starting to scout for a position towards the middle of the circle, right there on top. We see Modern as well in a very good position. Gabens taking down damage. Gun it down the 40 from the top.
Oh, Barrow!
Will he make it? He's down! Hollow is out!
Hollow! And they're not going to follow footsteps as Paragons asserting their dominance under
get
Gabensi
scanned.
and Gay got scanned.
have to
Blinding
get out.
Mark, he got the slow, but he was able to bail out with his
3 squads in
jetpack.
this area.
No problem. He's not going to be blind. He's inside those walls being taken care of. But you can see phased, exposed, and while other members of Next Move, it might be out.
Yep. There's the
Last
circle
member?
closing in. I think that is the last member. No. I think there's a couple more over on the other side. So that's 3 squads. It's Modern, Next Move, and Paragon here that has the high ground. And so far, they have all the information here up against Modern. And looking at Hollow X, okay, that's the last member. So it's going to be a 4v4v1.
Oh.
So, yep, I think
And
this will be a miracle if he's actually able to
same-
make it out.
The same concept that what we saw, that it's an open area,
Yes.
but they started
They
to
start
fight
with AMP.
the 4v4. It means they're gonna save
Modern is out,
SRJK.
Modern is
But
out, Fargo's
Larkashi, this is a messy fight on top of those ultimates, but Modern only
Oh,
one
no,
down.
Phase is
Make that
down.
2. Phase is out. He is erased. And right now, Maestro doing the orchestra of
Tempest is down
killings
as well.
as Tempest will be the last member. Modern, they are feeling confident
Box
right
is still
now.
up, though.
They got scanned. They know the timings is there. Paragons, he needs to save Tempest. Aero zooms in.
Box in!
Will
Gets
be
2!
putting the nail in the coffin.
now-
And this will be the wrap against the whole squad.
This is gonna shake things up, and now they spot him. The last man up.
SRJK, he is trying his best, but they are punching. While Modern is gonna punch their ticket. Going to top 30 team at PC.
Oh my goodness, and what a way to close this thing out. Modern playing it so well in that last round. And once again, Paragon finds themselves in a situation where they can't pretty much get that first spot in the game.
Back to
Back to back. We still get a back to back. We got a back, not to back, but this time we get a back to back in the PC.
And we got back-to-back elimination of Thousand Paragons.
And Paragon. I actually
And
thought
this
that would have
time,
been early.
A back-to-back top 1.
Yeah, unfortunate for Paragons though. Like, they've been extra passive, and
Yeah.
I think it just clashes with Modern. That is a bit more willing to go a bit more aggressive. You've seen them jumping in, using in those springboards, and making sure that they, at least eliminate that squad that they're going against. It was Paragons, the last one, and all they needed to do at that last point was just take out the rat.
Yeah, and Modern, once again, the patience game. This time, head on, they wanted to go with a 4v4 instead of looking for a single point, because if they're going to scout around for a single rat, it will cost them a lot because it was out in the open.
Plus Box too, in that he got in 2 members of Paragons.
Yeah.
They were in the low ground, and all he needed
Air zoom and
They
then
zoom in and then shot them. 2 eliminated at once, and the last man standing was not a problem for Modern. And he was also able to get his teammates up. That was a very big factor for Modern.
yeah,
too.
exactly. At the very last moment, they are being left out, and pretty easy, even though they were scanned by the young Blinding Mark. He's feeling confident, and after being revived, it was easy job for Vox to entirely just finish the job and even cement themselves, putting themselves at the PC division. Oh my goodness, with those kills, 19. Fairly high for Modern. This will definitely overtake Powerhouse Fanboys with their early exit.
And to think that Hollow X was able to place second, all because of one last member remaining.
Yeah.
And I think at that point it was very evident that it was going to be Modern versus Paragons first. But quite unfortunate that Vox was able to make that play, get in 2 members, and well, this time proving that high ground is still pretty much the meta.
Yeah, as long as you have the high ground, you remain unscathed, and you got the view high up above, and finishing it in a really good fashion and style with the air zoom goes boom with 2 eliminations as quick as that.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the Rhino play, but
Yeah.
played out differently
With the
this
White
time.
Dwarf.
Yeah, with the White Dwarf at that. The White Dwarf at that, and you can kind of see why everyone just highly contests for the White Dwarf or is looking for a White Dwarf. So it's nice to see. Before it was always like a Jupiter.
Yeah.
And now it's the White Dwarf shining. So yeah, like what I mentioned here in the PC, right? That's the meta.
Yeah.
White Dwarf, Defender. I think
Snipers,
there's
because
snipers
of,
even.
how well the mouse and keyboard plays a lot of potential. And we even saw the bait and switch. I didn't really expect to see that from a team. Like someone is going to bait out from left
Yep.
side and then the shot coming in from right side, putting the nail in the coffin of eliminating Naos, who has been the talks of the town. It has been aggressive, but getting punished mostly.
Yeah, but Paragon's not at that. But I think
Yeah.
the last map, it was a different story
Yeah.
for Naos. They actually finished 5 here. And now looking at the knockout groups here and how they placed, it was actually Naos on top, right? So we've been highlighting them several times. But, you know, from out of nowhere, the teams from
Yeah.
the middle, they actually made a back-to-back.
Yeah.
So we were expecting top teams, right? But now Modern taking in the back-to-back here in the PC. Let's take a look at the highlights here, Osiris, on what went down in the last and final map.
And once again, map 3, as we are heading into the closing. And what to expect right now is the team rankings with a change.
With a change, because Naos was, oh my god,
Oh
on
no!
top.
Don't
Yeah, I
let it down.
I love really this narrative of having like new kids in the block, right? A lot
Yeah.
of people have looked up to Naos in the first few weeks
I
that they
mean,
played.
They have really a good performance from the previous
Definitely.
weeks.
But we've seen the teams not even in the top list, right? They're right there in the middle. Modern, ex Lethal, proving to be very lethal here, getting in that back-to-back for the PC division. Actually, we were kind of talking about it before, right? Is it gonna be like a back-to-back, or is it just definitely very unpredictable? But we did get that back-to-back, and it's care of Modern Lethal here. And mind you, their points here in the Group A stage is very far off from the teams that are actually on top, namely Naos, Fanboy, and Hollow.
Yeah, but definitely it's a pretty different story right now. As what you've mentioned, the points are different, but Vox, the one who finishes the game with a 2014 total damage and 9 kills. Wow.
And two of them, the two most important ones to eliminate Paragons out of the equation, was right there at that. And plus the Maggie as well. Like we talked about it before the PC started, right? Wherein the mobility is such a big factor here in the PC division, and the players are just so comfortable using Maggie. And by the way, the Coco Breeze skin is still up, by the way, so you guys can still grab it.
Make sure to get that. Grab those fragments. Remember to log in 7 days, but make sure to enjoy it. And we are seeing a lot of that Coco Breeze. So make sure to get yours. But Fox, once again, a Maggie as an MVP at PC says a lot into the meta that Maggie's here to stay.
Definitely, even though there's a nerf and there's a reason why she is the face poster girl of Farlight 84. And I think the mobility is such a huge factor as well on how Modern X Lethal was able to win in that last map. I think if Vox wasn't the Maggie, maybe Lucinda, that would have been a different situation. But you know, speaking of Modern, this is really gonna shake things up. I'm so excited to see the team rankings here for the PC because it is so different from what we've seen in the mobile, right? So there's one king. But here, it is a rise of new faces, rise of new stars for the PC division.
Yeah, and it says a lot on how good the PC teams are because they are not really that far from each other.
Right.
And with only one map, they kind of change the results in one fell swoop. And at this point, we are excited for what's in the future because remember, the top teams right now, this will... is a teaser or a reference of how the fights will be on the next weeks.
Can you imagine how crazy the LAN is gonna be? I mean, playing with all of your opponents in the same area. That is gonna be super exciting. So yeah, do stay tuned for more information about that. In the Farlight 84 pages.
Yeah, I mean, the LAN would be mostly mobile, but we are also inching into the finals of PC. So with this happening is Modern out of nowhere proving themselves. It means anyone's game, and even Hollow, you can definitely see Hollow and even Hollow X. They might be having some series of unfortunate events on early bailouts or early elimination, but definitely they got those surprise factor that might be a dark horse in the making, or
Hollow,
or it's
Hollow or
just
Hollow X,
or it's just entirely Modern is the Trojan horse right now.
Hollow X disguising themselves like Count Olaf did in a series of unfortunate events. But honestly, you know, Hollow is a team that I also expected to perform as well. And I wasn't only expecting it from Hollow, so I was kind of thinking that maybe Hollow X has that same factor as well, since they are from sister teams, and most of the time we see like community scripts from sister teams. So I'm pretty sure they know each other. They pretty much picked up on what the playstyle is of the other team and maybe apply it to themselves.
Yeah, so just good habits that you can bring, and then updating the strats as we saw with the 11 to 12 squads dropping on fairly equal parts, not engaging early on, and still they were able to just maximize their resources, and then just going for the pot shot, but still not entirely overcommitting. And then the late game would matter most.
Yeah, why is it that the last two maps that we've seen, there's always a lot going on? Like not just the squads that I'm talking about, but there's a lot of I wouldn't say obstructions, but there's a lot of like bridges, there's a lot of buses, there's a lot of fences. For some reason, it always closes out in that area, as compared to I think the first map was a bit more open. The last two maps were like a bit crowded, so you have to consider the fact that there's
defenses, low grounds, so many factors that kind of affects the trajectory of the game, and feels like also fairly different on how the pacing is being made. Because even at map 3, I mean, as much as it costs or affect, I mean, the cost and the effect of itself, the team rankings, the stalemate from Naos and Paragons kind of took a lot of time, and then they're not going to engage, and then it's going to be Hollow, and then Hollow from the Rocket platform against the connector. It's still, there's no
engages. I get it.
Up until someone baited himself.
You know, it's kind of like you're super hungry, right? And you're in a restaurant and you're trying to order your food, and then it actually goes to the other table. And you're like, okay, I thought it was gonna be mine. So it feels like that, right? The momentum, the climax seems to be very high and then super low, or maybe sometimes it's super.
Like it's just one road or one street, one wall separating them, but no
one's taking the initiative to make the first move, or maybe even like be a bit more aggressive. I think the only team that I've seen be extra aggressive here is Modern and Naos, actually. AIM in particular has been so aggressive.
AIM has been overheating, but I wanted to go with Paragons and Fanboys if we're talking about aggression, as even early on, Fanboys with a drop from Hollow, they're going to engage. But again, it's a 50-50. It will be a momentum booster, or it will definitely lose your early game with responder pods
Yeah.
being removed.
And here is the moment that we're all waiting for. Me and Osiris are super excited here because
Yeah,
it's
boy.
gonna shake things up here for the PC division. Let's take a look at the power rankings, the team rankings here, and it is, of course, Modern on top.
Lethal right there with 72 points, followed by Fanboy with wow, what a disparity.
Yeah, it's a huge
49,
disparity.
X-Paragons 44, being trailed by Hollow, and of course, Naos, Esports, and the rest of the gang. And Hollow X is being ahead instead of Hollow, and unfortunate for the other teams. All-Star Ace, they have their own moments, it's just that they can finish the job.
Yeah, either they get caught. I feel like they always get caught up in early skirmishes.
Yeah, I believe that was Todd's hot rod. And
Yeah,
then when-
between Tin Man, right?
Yeah, and then he's going to, I mean, everyone from the squad is going to change location, but then that location will have more enemies.
Yeah, so it was super sticky situation. Plus, the respawn pods.
Yeah,
That's also a big
exactly.
factor. They already used it up, and once they get out, reposition, they find themselves in, where they face another squad. So
Yeah.
very early eliminations. Plus, also, that is such a shakeup in the team rankings. I mean, Modern Lethal from, I think, the 5th or 6th spot, they jumped all the way, skyrocketing to #1 spot, 72 total points and 12,000 total damage, all from those last 2 maps that we had here in the knockout stage.
As quick as that, with only 2 maps. And another thing that we a bit, let's say, discuss is Digital Devils.
Yeah.
But it feels like they are nowhere to be found. They had a hard time again with the triple threat, with how the circle, the zone also punishes them, and they can't really answer the aggression coming in from Modern.
Yeah, Digital Devils was always stuck in a spot where either they were waiting for someone to make a move and they were ready to charge in. But it seems to be that is very, it doesn't work that way in the PC division,
I mean,
right?
it's a higher Farlight is a high risk, high reward, and with the point system that we have, it means that you need to go outside and touch more grass to just to make sure and take down more kill points, and that point will eventually adds up, affecting also your total damage that affects the overall team rankings.
Yeah, the disparity that you've seen, right?
Yeah.
Just by winning 2 maps from Modern X Lethal, that was such a huge factor. Actually, it would have been either, say, Fanboy, but they were eliminated early on in this map
Yeah.
here of Hollow.
Yeah.
So even if they didn't fight out in the Sunflower Shopping Mall, they still find themselves in that Riverview Park. So the absolutely crazy place here today. But of course, Osiris, we have to hear it from the players themselves on what went on in that match. Let's bring it to our Tagalog casters first.
Hi! Dinig mo ba kami?
Hello po. Rinig po, rinig po.
Ayun.
dinig. Okay.
Kuya Darwin, kamusta naman ang pagpapakilala ng Modern X Lethal? Ano ba ang, sa tingin mo yung pinaka-investment nyo kaya nakaabot kayo dito?
Malakas po yung kampi ko eh.
Wow.
Sino ba doon? Sino ba yung nag-shot call? Teka lang, sino ba ang, alam mo ba sino ang captain ng Modern X Lethal?
Si Box po. Box.
So malakas kayong lahat. Ano bang pagte-training yung ginagawa nyo? Meron ba kayong kakaibang ginagawa para biglang sumabog ngayong knockouts?
Nag-i-screen po kami gabi-gabi.
Yun.
Yun pala eh. Religiously.
Oo. Ako, Darwin, may tanong ako. Kasi kadalasan may mga representation, di ba? For example, Doc Shoes ay galing Davao. Kayo ba, Modern X Lethal, taga saan ba kayo? Ano bang nire-represent yung lalawigan?
Layo-layo po kami. Pero Luzon po lahat.
Talaga? Luzon?
Luzon.
Pero ibig sabihin, yung paglalaro nyo, Discord lang, no?
Oo.
Discord lang po.
Wow.
So online lang nabuo yung team nyo, ganon?
Pangatlong araw po lang namin po magkakating ngayon. 3 araw lang po kami.
Taray naman.
Ito yung sinasabi nga natin, di ba?
Sorry.
Mainit agad-agad. Pero yun nga, Darwin, again, congratulations. Meron ka bang gustong i-shoutout, pasalamatan, now is the time.
Shoutout po sa mama ko.
Ang cute eh. Shoutout sa nanay ni Darwin.
Darwin, no?
At kila Gaben.
Si
Tama
Ma'am
ba?
Wing.
Gaben, kila Gaben. Yung, sila
Gavens.
Vox.
Oh, si Vox.
Yeah, tama, Vox. Ang basa, sabi niya eh. Sila Vox. Maraming salamat, Darwin. And congratulations dahil kayo nga naman ang nanguna sa Group A para sa PC Division. Thank you. Uy, ano yun? Ano yun?
And
was that? What was
I
that?
think that
He
was
trying to
a
make a-
seal of ninjas, and then because he's a
Oh.
ninja.
Oh yeah, because he's right inside the vision erosion and he can still see. Oh.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
yeah, but the camera already panned away back to us.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like he's a ninja inside of vision erosion, as what you mentioned. But yeah, he mentioned that it was they are built for only 3 days of playing,
Wow.
and that's how comfortable they are. It's just you need to find the right pieces and then stick it together, and then everything will work out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it also goes to show that, you know, some people they find instant chemistry. And
Yeah.
some people they need the time to build that chemistry.
Yeah.
Especially if you come from, you know, different walks of life. It's different to find that right mix of where you're at. But you know, I'm so happy that Modern X Lethal actually found that 3 days of playing. I can't believe
Yeah.
that was the case, right? And imagine they were able to knock out some of the powerhouses in the PC division. Naos, Powerhouse Fanboy, and even Hollow, right? Being on top, and the disparity is huge, okay?
Yeah.
72 points.
And also considering that they are representing different cities because they are living far from each other. They don't have a boot camp, so kind
Oh,
of
that too.
you can clearly say how good they are in their calls because they were able to identify the priority or the targets that they can engage with. And at that point, it gives a lot of opening from them to just easily be on the top one and get those kills.
Yeah, plus the discipline as well from the players, right? Sometimes you would either make the shot call, but your team won't respect that
Yeah.
shot call. So that's also another thing, following the shot call. And I think there's also a big respect that Darwin gave to
Yeah.
Vox, the captain or the shot caller
Yeah.
of the team, right? So they just, you know, made sure that they follow the shot calls, make
Yeah.
sure to, you know, make the plays that they wanted, and they actually got in the results here. I mean, come on, being number like 5 or 6, shooting all the way up to number 1, that is no joke. That is definitely a feat for Modern X Lethal, and no boot camp at that. That's
Yeah,
insane that they were able to make this play.
That's how comfortable they are following each other's rules, and then they got each other's back because there are countless times that they are being left in the middle of the fighting field, but they were able to identify who's being prioritized in terms of the threat coming in from different squads, and let's say the poke game that they're doing as well, just to make sure to whittle down the opposing side first before overly committing. The patience as well in terms of using their ultimates, you can clearly see that, and the patience is punishable when we saw that Maggie being downed. So Aerosum is still there, but once you're dead, it will go for a reset timer.
Yep.
But since it was 5 seconds onto that respawn or the revive, the Aerosum has been used, and then with one armor being spent, you jump as quick as that. The decision making on taking down the last 2 Paragon members puts themselves an easy task on the number 1.
And this is how you can see how Osiris is so good at his job, that he is able to remember all those little tiny details. I still do, but not like the amount of time. Like, wow, how do you do that? Salute to you, Osiris.
You just play and
Yeah, just play.
just love the game, and we're starting to play a lot, so we need to play a lot, both of us.
Yeah, I don't think we ever played a game together.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I didn't invite you.
Yeah, you invited
but
me.
you were-
I'm sleeping.
Yeah, you were sleeping already.
Yeah.
But I did drop.
Yeah,
I did
don't
drop
worry.
the invite.
Alright, I'm not going to use it against you. I'm not Infinity. I'm not going to
Oh,
leave
yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
inbox.
Yeah,
Feel free
Infinity
to
and
message me.
Autolus in particular.
Yeah, Autolus as well. He's playing most of the games. But, of course, not only Modern is going to enjoy the top 1 finish, because we got a redeem codes for you guys. A while ago, we got a generator. We got diamonds.
We
And
got gold as well. What
But
else is remaining?
what will be the redemption right now? Burger Kim?
It's Sunil FPC, Architect Sunil, for the first 2,000 viewers. I don't have the skin myself.
Oh, yeah, but that's a
for the
cute
viewers. That's for you
skin.
guys.
Yeah, it's for you guys. Don't worry, we're not going to join with the top 2,000 viewers. We'll let you enjoy it and get that juicy skin for those little players. And if you love those hologram guides, make sure to get that. It is a fairly cute skin.
Yeah, but it's also very noticeable as well when it comes to the clashes. So pretty much you can identify.
You're the orange one running
Yeah.
around like a crash test
But
dummy.
you can also camouflage with like flamethrowers. It's the same color. So enjoy that, guys. Thank you so much to Farlight84 once again for giving us a fun time
Yes.
every weekend, giving our viewers a great time as well by not just enjoying the FPC games but also the redeem codes as well.
Yes, and make sure to follow us on our social media. Make sure to share the streams just to make sure that we're getting more codes and not just today because
There's a lot more knockouts, then the semifinals, and then we got the LAN finals that of course everyone is looking forward
I'm
to.
thinking if we're also trying to give away some physical stuff onto the LAN event, like
Are you gonna give? I'm pretty
loot
sure.
bags or stickers.
I
you know
love
what I'm
those.
saying?
I sometimes I go for the events. Oh yeah, I'm here for the loot bag. I'm here for the sticker. I love stickers myself. So if you see my devices, I actually have a lot on the bag.
Yo, that's why. So we need more stickers. Farlight, I mean, you can clearly see an empty space here, Farlight. So
Yeah. So
and of course
have
for
all
the
space.
viewers on the LAN event, I mean stickers like the duck side emotes.
And even I think other goodies as well that we've given in the previous Farlight 84. We did the summit, the watch parties as well in the first ever
Yeah.
ACC. We gave out shirts. I think there was also fans, a lot of things. I can't
Yeah,
even remember because I was just giving them away. Thank you so much to Farlight for that. I think there was also a sticker or a pin. I can't really remember, but there was just so many things going on, and I think everyone who has been to the watch party can definitely say that they had a great time.
So it means you need to go also onto the LAN event and make sure to enjoy Farlight 84 live in the flesh and see or watch all the teams from mobile. And we already saw PC at their own capabilities, and we are moving in for more action for tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, back-to-back knockouts.
Yes,
for this
back-to-back knockouts. And it's pretty amazing how fast things are happening from week 1 now on to the knockouts and the season of giving.
Yeah, it's already the Burr months 2 here. So I
Yeah.
can't believe it myself because the first time I got the information, there's going to be a split for Farlight 84. And then I was like, first week started out, okay, there was, some names that stood out, obviously.
Yeah.
And then once it reached the middle, up until week number 4, that's when it went crazy. And up until here in the knockout stage, we're seeing more and more surprises from our teams. But of course, Mobile Division, it's already staple that who's on top. And here in the PC, we find ourselves a new king. You've heard it from themselves, Modern X Lethal. I'm looking forward to see more of our teams as well, who will be duking it out tomorrow in the Group B.
Just want to emphasize Darwin. Shout outs to his mom.
Yeah.
Because,
I think that's the first time he gave a shout out
yeah,
ever.
I mean, it was in Tagalog, so we gotta need to send it as well in English for his mom to enjoy the shout out. And thank you for being supportive. But yeah, overall, Farlight 84 Philippines Championship is ready entirely to surprise you even further. This is the first knockout stage from Group A's. And you can see the qualified teams
for the mobile division, and this is Group A with of course Execration on top and NCG still at number 2 at this point, followed by Oasis and Ghost Reborn. So it's not Nakage and
it's the kings of the tops, like Ghost Reborn being out there. But you can see Beta, the VB combo, Tyrant FL main, and then you can see still NRX, but now it's fairly onto the lower part. as everyone would still need to work on with their points. But definitely execution is out there. Staying at top one.
Staying at top one. I think it's very evident on how we are, always, we're no longer surprised by that. But, I think we'll be more surprised if someone new will step up. And I guess there's still a long way to go here, right? This is just the first day of the knockout, so there's a lot that can go on in the next few days. But of course, we have to check out as well for the qualified teams for the PC division that just finished today. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a rack up there.
Yeah, this should be as modern as the new name that you guys need to remember. And anytime I haunt you in your pub games, as just to share, we faced off against AIM.
And how did that go?
We got obliterated, of course. That's why we are casters for a reason.
At least we get to at least understand the game, but can really apply it that well.
Yeah. I mean, I got blessed by AIM, but not having his aim. Just
so what was that like? Going up against AIM, was there pressure?
He's too fast. Like when they drove by with a flamethrower, he just jumps out, Aero zooms, and I was using Maggie because I was trying to explore the heroes, and then at that point, I faced the Maggie god. I was like, nope, you're not gonna touch that hero again. This will be the last time you're playing Maggie.
Yeah, you already got your fair share. And trying to. Yeah, that's what gets frustrating too sometimes. Like you're trying to, learn something new, right? And then you face all of these pro players in the lobby. And like, I'm just trying to learn a new hero. But you know what? Honestly, I've actually been in the lobby as well with another team, Team Nitrox.
Oh, Nitrox.
And we actually won, but there was a streamer there in my team, so I was pretty much the last on the list.
Okay,
Jenny the God, shout out by the way.
As long as you're part of the winning squad, you
that
still
should
win.
be okay. That's all that's all that matters here for Florida 84, and that's exactly what the teams are trying to do here to get that top spot, to be crowned as the first ever FPC 1 winner. Can you imagine that will go down in the history books as your first ever split being the winner at that? So I think a lot of people are just really, really excited for the finals. We're going to be heading to that later on, but it's still just the knockout stage.
Yeah, knockout stage, day one, how intensifying it is and how close some teams are. How far would still be execration. Oh my god. This team, they're not going to stop anytime, any moment. They got the momentum. But let's see the momentum. We're coming in to PC division. You can see still no worries as now as esports PC staying up top, followed by Powerhouse, Fanboy, Team Nitrox, Mugen X Fatal, Digital Devils, MTGS, and the Modern X Fatal.
Wow, the damage still, you can see it is Modern X Lethal still standing on top of the damage list. But, of course, we have yet to see the other teams play out here as well in the next few stages. But these are our top teams here in the Group A, the knockout stages. You've seen them play. So yeah, what a day it has been here, back-to-back, actually, for both. A back-not-to-back and a back-to-back.
Yes, and a back-to-back elimination for Paragon.
Oh, no.
But yeah, you can see the scores. That would still be changed for the next days of knockouts. The teams from Group B, C, and D would still rack up more points as we are being left out with the top 30 teams and will be decimated from Group A and B. But this time, it's about the schedule. What are we going to see tomorrow?
Ooh, we are gonna see pretty much the same thing also on mobile and PC, but this time it's for Group B. So still the same time here. Be sure to tune into FPC 1 here, either at the English or the Tagalog broadcast, and be able to support your favorite teams. And of course, this will also shake things up in terms of the rankings. Group A, you've seen it today, and tomorrow it's gonna be Group B. So if you haven't seen your favorite team play yet, they might actually be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, there's still more teams coming in. Remember, that's 60, the top 60 teams with all through weeks divided into 4 groups. So you definitely are going to see your favorites and more favorite teams to see tomorrow, as what you saw from schedule. Group B on mobile and PC, and you need to follow us for more juicy updates and the freebies goodies at Farlight 84 Esports. That's from YouTube, Facebook, TikTok,
And Twitch.
and Twitch.
Yep, there you go, guys. Be sure to follow us for more updates, contents on what will happen, or maybe even some information about the future projects or maybe future stuff that Farlight 84 has for you. So be sure to click that subscribe button. Be sure to click that like button. But you know, Osiris, to wrap up this day, there's a lot of highlights. Maybe any thoughts to sum up your first day in the multiverse of the English broadcast?
Well, English has been a good ride, but don't worry, guys. There will be another Tagalog caster who's going to cross over here
Ooh,
for tomorrow. I believe so, if I'm not
Really?
mistaken. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, thank you so much once again for tuning in at Farlight 84 Philippines Championship. Once again, I am Osiris. With me is Burger Kim. Don't forget to follow us and tune in tomorrow for the Group B knockout stage. Thank you for witnessing Group A knockout stage, and we will be moving out. Thank you. Bye.
already a lot of ITM. It's the perfect timing. They have serendipity. People just still fighting back. They're gonna move forward, and that's with a lot of the members here, and then the round is gonna be giving.